Good evening, everyone. I am so glad you're here. Thanks for tuning in to the Gabriel Speaks podcast, Gabriel Speaks show. You can just say Gabriel Speaks and they know what you're speaking about. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If this is your first time here, we really appreciate it. Share if you're on X, that really helps the algorithm. We do this all on our own dime, so it's very much appreciated. Any assistance we can get. So this stream, there is a lot of interest in Tracy Twyman, and I think a lot of the interest is driven by how often the things that she said turned out to be true, and her commitment to really diving deep into these topics and subjects that frankly scare the shit out of some of us, right? Like it can be scary when you're investigating demons and the occult and Satanism and Set and all these organizations and ritualistic practices. Some of them don't want their secrets getting out, obviously. So Tracy had a pair on her, and she was not afraid to use it. And I think that is another reason why people love her insight on so many topics. Now, as we know, unfortunately, she is no longer with us. Some say, well, I think you can put her in that same category as like an Amy Eskridge, where she was definitely harassed. She was definitely targeted, and we're going to hear her talk a little bit about that. And people have been sued for making just videos about this. So we're going to do our best not to get sued, but also provide all the information that we can. Mr. Gray Allen in the house. How are you, sir? I know. Always so scared. It's so scared. I'm so scared right now. Oh, I love seeing you on here. Love your jokes. It just makes the show go so much smoother and so much more fun. And that goes for everyone else. As we go through, as we're listening to this stream, I'm gonna have some tickers come up. And if they make you come up with any thoughts or make you feel any kind of way, please don't be shy. Throw it in the chat. And I will discuss it. We will discuss it. We'll talk about it. That's what this is all about, right? Yeah, Al, it certainly seems that way, right? The secret control group has definitely maybe gone off the reservation a little bit. And it's a wild time right now with AI and the flooding of information and everything else we have going on. And it's so amazing how Tracy was really ahead of a lot of this. I mean, we could probably legitimately add her name to this list right here, which is the so far list of scientists, UFO researchers, physicists, mathematicians, conspiracy theorists. The list is growing and growing, and there's names that aren't on here that we have all heard as well, such as Adrian. And is Cappy part of this? It's pretty wild. So I think the best thing I feel like I can do is keep alive what she was talking about. Maybe provide it in a new format, clean up the audio a little bit so people can enjoy it a little bit more. But we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop talking about Tracy. And Tracy told us they can read your mind. And if they can read your mind, they know exactly how to manipulate you. And you're going to hear they a lot. Not because it's a conspiracy theory, but because we don't want to name they so that the same thing doesn't happen to moi or y'all, right? I will say, I do not believe it is our own government. I believe it is private industry with these special operators, as Al alluded to earlier, that have kind of gone off the rails. They've realized they have the technology, they have the same power, and maybe even more technology and more power than our own defense systems can handle, especially an individual like you or I, right? We're just not geared up to defend against this stuff. Flak Magnet, great guest to the show, always says, listen, these DEWs, although they're bad, they can do a lot of things. Look into how you can defend yourself if you think you are a victim, because there are ways to do so with simple things. Faraday cage. It sounds like this huge complex thing, but really you could make yourself one that isn't so, it looks like you're wearing a hat when people come to your house. There are things you can do to protect yourself. You just got to do the research. You got to put in the effort. So today, Tracy, this is a couple of interviews from years and years ago. One of them is going to reference the royal wedding from 2009. But I think it's important as we listen to this that we note how far ahead of her time she was. This was 15, 16 years ago. She's going to start out talking about a little bit of her history. Some argue this is the last podcast she ever made. And then I've also edited in a couple interviews that she did. Now, you can go back and forth. Some say this was her last podcast. Some say this was her dead man switch. Some say this video was there in case anything happened to her, or audio was there in case anything happened to her. Honestly, y'all, after all the research I have done, I can't figure it out. But we do know that this was one of her last audio recordings before she passed. So we're going to get started here with Tracy. And again, if you have any thoughts, just throw them in the chat. Would love to discuss them.
For over 10, maybe like 12 years now, I've been a professional writer on, like you said, very unusual subjects of secret societies and occultism and government conspiracies. The material for the book that I have now, Mind Controlled Sex Slaves in the CIA, a lot of that was researched earlier in 2001 when I was doing an article for Hustler about that subject. But I've since revisited it and wrote some more material to sort of update it. And I've actually found I've really been shocked with what I found. I'm more convinced now than I was in 2001 that this sort of stuff is going on. Well, Project Monarch, again, it's something that's very hard to prove that it actually exists. But allegedly, Project Monarch is an offshoot of something that we do know existed, MK Ultra, which was a series of CIA mind control experiments that they did in the 50s and 60s and even into the 70s. So allegedly, this Project Monarch was specifically mind control experiments with the purpose of creating sex slaves. And the way they would go about this, allegedly, is taking someone from childhood onward and exposing them to severe trauma, including rapes and torture and satanic rituals. And this would allegedly cause the person's mind to break down into multiple personalities. And then supposedly the CIA people working on this project could program each one of those personalities to do specific tasks. And supposedly some of these victims were used for different things, sex slaves primarily. And here's why they would want to do that. Supposedly, these sex slaves were used for multiple purposes, one of which is to compromise politicians and other influential people that the CIA wanted to control. In other words, they would bring in one of these sex slaves and give them or prostitute them to a influential person they wanted to control. They would take film of it and then be able to use that film later to blackmail the person, keep them in line. That's the sort of thing that supposedly the CIA was doing with this Project Monarch. Another thing they allegedly used the sex slaves for is several of these people who claim to have been victims of this say that they were used on a White House Pentagon level. In other words, they were prostituted to only, the highest level people in the executive branch of our government, for the purposes of basically they would want a mind controlled sex slave rather than a regular prostitute because they want it to be kept quiet, and so they want someone who's totally under their control and also someone who's going to be willing to do whatever the president wants or whatever, a person in a high position wants. So someone who's been totally mind controlled to be a sex slave is going to be, willing to fulfill their most outrageous desires.
Now, if you've watched any of our previous stuff, you know that Artichoke turned into MK Ultra eventually, and there were all these spin-off programs. Excuse me. Some of them got so bad, they were literally putting hardware in people's heads. And this wasn't recent. This was like in the 60s. So we're talking old metal diodes and stuff like that. They were putting in a person's head so that they could potentially control them. And we know Annie Jacobson has told us through her DARPA research that they are able now, well, this was 10 years ago, to put one of these type of diodes inside of a mouse or a rat and actually guide it through a maze using their thoughts and concentration and focus. Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, it is hard to believe something like this exists, but it does. We have decades and decades of these intelligence groups doing research on exactly how to control somebody, and whether that be with a mind control diode or just manipulating everything they see, the people around them, their living situation, their financial situation, whatever it may be, that can get the target to flip or stop doing what they're doing or move on to something else. It's a science. And Tracy experienced it from all sides because she did try to ingratiate herself with some of these groups. And they can be dangerous groups to ingratiate yourself with. So it's scary stuff, but we're not going to stop talking about it because of that, right? Because that's what they want.
So those are some of the purposes for which they allegedly created these sex slaves. Another purpose, so I've heard, is just for money. That the CIA had a number of black budget projects that weren't actually approved by Congress, and they had to find all sorts of sort of backdoor ways of funding these projects. We've all heard about the CIA allegedly being involved in drug sales and arms sales, and so supposedly this was another source of revenue. Prostituting sex slaves, many of them children, and also child pornography. There was and perhaps still is a confluence, a relationship between the CIA and the child pornography and prostitution market, and also satanic cults. Sure, I do. I know what that story is about. I'm not sure if I buy into it at all. There's very little evidence for it, but right. I'll tell you guys the story because it's totally weird.
Yeah, it's most of them are with him.
Oh, well, okay. Here's the story. First, you have to understand that the Johnny Gosch case. There was this boy.
Okay, so they're talking about Hunter Thompson here. And I'm sure most of the audience that's here has heard all the rumors about Hunter Thompson and some of the things that may have been going on that farm in a particular building. So this is her speaking on that a little bit.
About 12 years old in the 1980s that got kidnapped when he was delivering newspapers in Nebraska. And it became this huge case, and America's Most Wanted covered it. They never were able to find the child. But his mother, Noreen Gosch, sort of became a crusader for missing and exploited children. And she became stuck into this conspiracy theory about Project Monarch. She had like a couple of informants basically tell her that this is what had happened to her son. He'd been kidnapped and is being used as a child prostitute for this Project Monarch. Let's see, how does this connect? Oh, yes. Hunter S. Thompson killed himself shortly after the Jeff Gannon scandal erupted in the media. If you recall, he was first embarrassed because it turned out that, he was mainly just a blogger and, not a quote-unquote real journalist.
Now, I've been slowly building a piece on the Larry King, Paul Bonacci saga, which is quite frankly, absolutely insane. If you didn't see the facts of this case for yourself, you would think it was a plot of some kind of a conspiracy movie. It is absolutely crazy. And there was so much smoke there that there 100% was most likely some fire. We're not going to get into it a ton, but the Paul Bonacci, Larry King, not that Larry King, not the talk show guy, stuff. If this stuff is interesting to you, I would encourage you to look into that.
And so everyone thought that he was just, a shill for the Bush administration. And then they exposed that he was he had been a male prostitute in the past. Yeah. Well, anyway, so I guess that all fits into everyone's fantasies about what a child monarch slave would grow up to be like, that he would become a Republican, but he would also be a prostitute and into this all military regalia and stuff. Anyway, so people really wanted to believe it, and when Hunter S. Thompson killed himself, all these theories started erupting on the internet. He was connected. I think it goes back to this guy Paul Bonacci, who was actually awarded $1 million from a court in, I believe, Nebraska.
Yeah, so he was awarded $1 million from a court in Nebraska, and they want folks to believe that nothing happened. But they gave, because the government gives out $1 million all the time to people.
There was this guy named Larry King in the Republican Party who was convicted of molesting a bunch of children. Mm-hmm. One of those victims was Paul Bonacci, and all of his victims told similar stories that were, like Project Monarch, about satanic rituals and being prostituted to the rich and famous. Paul Bonacci says that while he was a child prostitute and he was involved in Project Monarch, he says that he learned that a guy named Hunter Thompson was a photographer for the child prostitution ring. That he was creating child pornography and specifically snuff films. They mentioned someone named Hunter Thompson. And so
like, who is into that? Who wants that type of entertainment? And I think Gray Owl hits it right on the head here. First off, our friend Eric Mitchell was on the Matt Ford podcast. Don't know how you feel about Matt Ford, but he's got a very huge footprint, and I'm so glad to see Eric's story getting out there, because I always thought it was amazing that there was all this focus on Dr. Masters. Not that he's not fascinating in his own right and he doesn't have his own amazing stories, but it was like nobody wanted to talk to the gentleman that he actually had this experience with. It was just mind-boggling to me. I didn't understand it. But as I've gotten to know Eric, God, he's just a great guy. He's a great guy and a legitimate experiencer. And yes, the story that Gray Owl is sharing, that he did witness his friend being microwaved right in front of his eyes. And that's, we're dealing with beasts. Gray Owl says we're dealing with beasts far more bloodthirsty than the crazier than shithouse rat alien. Could not have said it better myself, my friend. These folks are absolutely unhinged. And what we're seeing here, Paul Bonacci was a victim in his jumpsuit at the jailhouse for the crimes he committed of prostitution.
it became on the internet was this elaborate story about how Hunter S. Thompson had made some snuff films at Bohemian Grove for Project Monarch. And when Jeff Gannon was exposed with the White House press room scandal, that's when Hunter S. Thompson knew that the whole story was about to come out. And so that's why he either killed himself or someone else killed him. Well, the satanic ritual angle is present in all of these stories. It's definitely a part of the Project Monarch mythos, if you will. Mm-hmm. So it's inseparable. They all say that all the victims, alleged victims, say they were subjected to satanic rituals during their traumatization.
It makes me wonder if that's actually what they believe and practice, or if that's just the scariest thing they could come up with to traumatize this person. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing to think, yeah, they have a satanic ritual. That's kind of freaky and scary. But if you were then drugged up, tied down, messed with for hours on end, and then presented with some type of strange ritual, the amount of fear that would induce would probably be off of the charts. And as fucked up as it is, the fear and the trauma was what they were trying to accomplish. And in some cases, what they're doing now, just much more effectively. So catching up in the chat here, Fletcher says, thanks for doing the good work. Thanks, Fletcher, man. I'm so happy that you find it helpful and that you're getting good stuff out of it. Arc and Creative, what's up? So the Franklin case was incredibly dark. Alicia Owens' testimony was incredibly hard to listen to. Yes, that is one of the challenging things going through this information, and then, God, any of the Epstein information it's very difficult to go through, read that stuff, and then go back to your regularly scheduled work day.
and they have different theories about why that was. I mean, some people say they think that it was just a quote trauma base, that it was, just another thing to make the rape more traumatic. But then there's the idea that maybe all of this activity really does have sort of a dark religious reason behind it, that the elements within the CIA that are running this and the elements within the criminal underworld that are running this, they really are members of satanic cults. They really do believe in demons and, sort of worship them and try to channel their power. And I don't know. I think if there really is such a thing as Project Monarch, and if this really is going on, I wouldn't dismiss the satanic angle as just being, a trauma base, something to traumatize people. I think that someone who is willing to do these sort of things, they really are evil.
Yeah. I mean, I don't put it past him that it could be real. But I think we should consider the alternate as well, that it could have just been done to legitimately just scare the shit out of these people. I mean, that was their goal. Scare the shit out of them, plant ideas, so on and so forth.
And who knows what, the motivations are. We know that, people in government, a lot of them have been exposed as having been members of, strange secret societies.
Mm-hmm.
And, we know also that, a satanic organization, the Temple of Set, is represented heavily in the military. Mm-hmm. The leader, the creator of the Temple of Set is a Navy intelligence officer, or was. He's retired now. And so there's definitely, it seems to me, a confluence between government and intelligence and the occult. And so whether you want to brand it all satanic or not, I don't know. But, it's like not unbelievable to me that people in government would be interested in the occult. There was definitely an occult angle with MK Ultra. We know that these mind control.
Well, here's my 2 cents. Not to interrupt Tracy, but here's my 2 cents on that, is that the military is a huge organization made up of Americans. And so the sort of religious beliefs you find in the military are exactly what you would find in the civilian sector. I think what's so shocking is that people see a person in the military worshiping Satan. But you can flip that around, and during Afghanistan, soldiers were passing out holy Bibles to Muslims. So there's always been, and everything in between. When it comes to religion, people get very touchy. Now, this gentleman on the screen here, Michael Aquino, because of Flak Magnet's awesome research on the show, has brought it to our attention that he was basically a piece of shit, right? Like the Church of Satan was not hardcore enough for him, so he changed it to the Church of Set, which was like the Egyptian god of whatever. And oh, by the way, many, many, many accusations of child R. Like, not one or two, multiple accusations that this happened. And he faced no charges. They did a small investigation, and that was about it.
Experiments happened, and in a lot of cases, they were also dabbling in like psychics and remote viewing. We know that people in intelligence are interested in the occult, and the idea that some of them may have been involved in Satanism specifically isn't too hard for me to believe. And then, yeah, also just the child pornography and prostitution underworld. those are some very bad people, and I wouldn't be terribly surprised to find out if they're members of Satanic cult. I've known a lot of people involved in the occult myself, and people who are involved in the blatantly satanic orders. A lot of them really do, worship the evil principle, and they enjoy torture, and they enjoy causing other people harm. And so, people like this do exist. And so it's not totally unbelievable to me that there is a satanic angle to Project Monarch or other government mind control programs.
Y'all did not have a double intro, did you? Oh, I forgot to edit that out when I was editing. My apologies, y'all. I thought that was a good to start when I first started putting this episode together, and clearly totally forgot to remove it as I decided to change the format. All right, so we're going to continue here with Tracy, and as I said, I have done my best to clean up the audio, to add hopefully some visual effects that might help the story along a little bit. But she's so impressive with her research. You really don't have to do a lot other than just listen.
Of course, a lot of people that do have strong hatred of Hillary Clinton. And I could say that, I've been among them. Like I have expressed in the past. My disdain for what I know about her and her husband's approach to seizing power, let's say. Really, I mean, that's what it's about. Because there's definitely, it's not like I agree with their agenda either. Their, whatever their policies are that they've been promoting, which is always changing, of course, throughout the years. I don't agree with their policies generally. I don't agree with most politicians' proposed policies generally, all right? So that's not anything special. But I know, the Clintons have a reputation that they seem proud of and not at all ashamed of. Reputation that they get what they want, which is power and money, through intimidation. And that when they get in trouble legally, not only are they not worried about being caught, but they use that as a weapon against colleagues among them who might not want to toe the line anymore. Whether they're in danger of being subpoenaed and having to give a truthful answer under oath about what they might know, to maybe just not wanting to play anymore, wanting to retire or go work for someone else, that if they want you to do something and you show resistance, the threat will be unleashed. And the threat often is not only, the hanging potentiality that they're basically a mafia-connected family, and it's known also a CIA-connected family. Both of them CIA agents in college, and we can assume that one never retires from that. So anyway, there's that. Just the we could just kill you threat, and then the fact that we could also implicate you in anything that we might do. We might be under scrutiny for, being investigated for. And the history of the Clintons is that they, as individuals, end up walking off without any punishment and without any real tarnishing to their reputation, because for some reason the people that like them don't care about this stuff. They find it funny. And so they walk away from what seems like a crime that either one of them or usually both of them are implicated in. And other people around them end up taking the blame for it. So that's a lot of intimidation that can be wielded, and they do. The Clintons do that, okay? So that really, if you knew that they had targeted you, like they thought you had done them wrong or you were in their way somehow, and they had their evil eye fixed on you, you'd be pretty scared, wouldn't you, if you knew that about them? If you knew their reputation, it would be frightening. I'm going to assume if, a lot of their political enemies that weren't actually, friends and colleagues of theirs formerly, people who are just sort of members of the public that have made comments about them, or members of the media that have made comments about them. You feel like, well, it's legitimate for me to make this comment. It's not like I'm singling out some stranger and making fun of them or saying that they're bad at their job. This is, someone who's running for president and has been in the White House before. How is it not acceptable for us to criticize and even, lampoon these people? Well, it's not that there's a law against it. It's just that the law really doesn't matter to the point where it almost doesn't exist anymore, which is, funny enough, something I found to be the case in George Orwell's 1984. He makes a comment on it. Let me see if I can find it. Talking about Winston, the main character in 1984. The thing he was about to do was to open a diary. This was not illegal. Nothing was illegal since there were no longer any laws. But if detected, it was reasonably certain that it would be punished by death or at least by 25 years in a forced labor camp. The similarity to Winston's situation and the one that I'm in now is really striking to me, because even though we ostensibly still live in a country with laws, we kind of all know that we don't. That those laws won't be enforced, our rights will not be upheld, and also that we can be essentially in trouble and punished, even executed, by those who do not like what we're saying. And then no one will punish them. So therefore, might is right. Their ability to kill us and get away with it, or intimidate us into silence, is the real law, not whatever's on the books at the moment, which most of us don't even know anymore. And just as the authority in Winston's world is called the party, and I guess they're overtly the government in that story, but a government without laws, which to us historically should be a foreign concept. It's becoming more normal that entities assume authority under color of law. They do not have real law to back up their right to tell you what to do or to take something away from you, including your property, your life, or your freedom. But they do it anyway, and they get away with it. Color of law. And it's bullies like that, with the tacit approval of other government agencies, that are the ones bullying people into silence and making it so that everybody's nervous and afraid to express their own opinion, to even acknowledge the validity of known facts. And in some cases, a lot of cases, if you're at work, if you're in public and you don't feel like you can, not only can you not speak your mind, but you even have to feign what is the popular opinion and reaction, so that if anything happens in public where you're supposed to give a politically tinged reaction, you force yourself to do it, just like the people in 1984 have to force themselves to do the 2 minutes hate. So basically, I'm the victim of a major psyop, it seems to me. Now, to the extent government agencies are involved, I don't know. To the extent that large tech companies, some of which have been critical of lately, might be involved. Unknown exactly. The idea that we're really dealing with a cabal of hackers, perhaps motivated personally because of membership in certain mystical societies that I may have been writing about over the past years and analyzing their mysteries. Maybe these people don't appreciate what I've said, and maybe some of them work for the tech companies that we all are forced to do business with if we do anything on the internet, and we all do, you know. So any one of those people, members of those groups, could very well work for these tech companies and perhaps also government agencies, and also something I consider highly likely, some of these universities where technological innovation is being pushed forward, where experimental techniques such as the recent creation of a psychopath artificial intelligence named Norman, after the Psycho killer in the Psycho movie, which was created by MIT a few weeks ago. Well, I had already theorized that maybe what I'm encountering here is a AI-driven harassment, and I thought about specifically MIT, which is of course known to have a lot of connections with intelligence, and wouldn't surprise me at all if a lot of the members of the orders and mystical groups that I've talked about, perhaps sometimes critically, but mostly just analysis of their mysteries, rituals, literature. But, you know, sometimes they don't like people who aren't members doing that. I really suspect that's what a lot of this has to do with. There's also the potentiality of media companies being involved, and people I know and considered friends. So, but the truth is, I know a little bit about the media, and for one thing, how it's changing. As I've discussed on previous shows, a lot less concern for the consumer and what they want these days. For one thing, consumers are shifting into video games, it seems, and the internet is becoming like sort of a menu of TV and video games, and not so much exchange of information as it used to be. Definitely not free exchange of information. That's not possible anymore, as I'm experiencing, and I believe all of you are too. You just maybe haven't fully accepted how hopeless the situation is yet in regards to trying to use everything we've considered the normal internet for years to communicate. You basically can't anymore, but you may feel like you are. See, here's the problem. The problem is you can't tell if you're receiving a real communication. And what do I mean by that? Anything, everything. If you look at a web page, even if it's a article published by a mainstream newspaper, not only can you not tell if the content of that news article is true, whether the author has deliberately or indeliberately offered incorrect information, but you also can't even tell if it's really what that newspaper published in the first place, because as I've experienced, it's possible and easy to paste over that article with a fake version or another article altogether, or to make it appear that that article has disappeared. And they could do that to one individual reader based on data and algorithms that tell them that person shouldn't read the real article, or they should, for whatever reason they've decided, the AI running such a program has decided that the target in this instance could be a single individual, could be a whole bunch of individuals on a list, but for whatever reason the targets are chosen that they need to either have a fake version of that article or not see it at all. Well, all that's possible and easy. It's easy, guys. What I'm saying is the whole internet, I feel like, is compromised. The whole internet is hacked. And I'm not just basing that on my personal experiences, but also, of course, when this stuff started happening to me in a noticeable way. I think it had been going on for some time before I noticed it. 2 months ago, around the time that I published the controversial videos and got an immediate backlash, not only from random people, but also people that appeared to be my friends. I thought that I had been friends with them for years. Some of them I knew in real life, had done, media business with them, and they all of a sudden start turning on me and sending me even veiled and not so veiled threats.
Wow. Deja vu. Deja vu. We hear this story from so many folks that end up dying, and we just accept the report. Oh, it's a suicide. Forget the fact that this person has been posting for months or years, saying in interviews and on camera, I'm not suicidal. I would never hurt myself. I have a family. But we accept the report. It's a suicide. It's creepy, right? How similar what she is saying is the same kind of things we hear out of a lot of these people. What's Gray Owl saying here? Gray Owl says, one really does start to wonder about things like alternate timelines and shit. Yep. It seems hard to even fathom today that there once was a time when it seemed like we weren't living under a North Korean style understanding of reality built atop an SS circa 30s Germany government operational structure. And Gray Owl believes we are. And there could be some truth to that, Gray. I'm starting to hear people talk about eugenics again. Strange stuff. I will let Tracy continue here.
Even murder threats. Of course, I'm hit over the head by what is happening to me. But I also kind of wondered, well, is this perhaps part of a larger pattern, and is this really something that's happening to everyone on a greater or lesser scale, or maybe on a total scale, and we just don't realize, maybe everything consider it a possibility, maybe everything on the internet is being auto-generated by robots, because that's clearly, to me, what I'm looking at most of the time.
So what again, I'm sorry to hammer on this, but this is like a person that doesn't spend a lot of time on the technical side of things, right? So her best understanding is, okay, there's like these bots and they're controlling everything and sending me information and this and that and the other. And she's right to a degree. We know that now. We know that there have been intelligence apparatuses, foreign actors that have programmed bots to harass and kick up dust and cause problems. And beyond that, the really scary stuff is when they build like a mesh network around you. And then no matter what internet you're connecting to, no matter what tower or service provider, they can access your information. The FBI can fly over your town in an airplane and aim a satellite dish down and suck up all the phone information that they want to by pretending they're a cell phone tower. They've had these capabilities for years. And when they aim them at someone, it makes things very, very difficult for that person. And it's just a damn shame that there isn't more that can be done about it.
When I'm trying to use the internet now. Is that what we're all looking at? Is that what everything is? Well, I've been studying this, with my own observation for 2 months now, and also tried to, every time I see a news article, I try to reach out in whatever way I can to other people to verify that they're seeing the same thing. And I look at the, newspapers and magazines on the newsstands. I figure that's a verification, if nothing else, that what I saw was an actual news story, not necessarily that it's true, but just, okay, that was reported as a news story, if you can see it in Time magazine on the shelf at the grocery store, right? So I've got a complicated life, and it's not always easy for me to get out. I'd love to just be at the library or one of these large bookstores every morning, looking at every single newspaper, chatting with the public, and getting a broader idea of what the news of the day is, at the very least, even if it's not true. Because we can't verify what's true in the news. But can we even agree about what the news stories are? Or are we all being presented with totally different ones because most of us are getting it from the internet these days? These are the questions I've been pondering for 2 months, as I also struggle with my own accounts being hacked in a very individualized attack on me. And every day I confront a new problem that usually takes hours to disentangle myself from. And I'm losing hope at this point that I'll ever get out of this type of problem. I hope that, I'm working on it. I'm trying to simplify my life, trying to create fewer things that can be broken into and remove vulnerabilities. But, I'm also confronted with the fact that, okay, we're dealing with superhuman intelligence here. If nothing else, the ability to think very fast and consider all sorts of variables, including just all this data that the agencies have been collecting on us over these years, and they just basically store it in vaults, and the vast majority of it isn't reviewed by any human ever. Well, now there's lots of robots that can sort of go back and analyze that stuff, and what everyone thought was just tons and tons of useless data. Some of the whistleblowers were saying, like, oh, what was the guy from the FBI who came out and blew the whistle on saying, every single electronic communication is recorded and stored. And he was saying they just have so much information now, it's getting in the way of actually doing any intelligence analysis and figuring out what threats actually are and solving crimes and whatnot, because you just have too much information, he said. Well, that was 10 years ago or so. So the changes that have taken place since then, William Bradley, is that his name? Well, they've got robots now that probably could go back and analyze a lot of the backtracked stuff, as well as analyzing all the new stuff. They look at the new stuff, and then they can sort of correlate it automatically with things that are in the storage vaults, right? I'll bet you. Because, when I told you that the AI interface, the hacker interface that I'm dealing with, seems to read your mind, well, this is all technology that exists, and you get news reports on a daily basis about the advancement of it. And I told you months ago that Facebook came out in a news story that they have a secret building 8. I mean, it's not secret that it exists, and obviously the news story makes it not secret at all, but it's supposed to be hush-hush, top secret sort of within the company. Not everybody's allowed to talk about what happens there, but what it is, they're building an AI, or have built an AI, as far as I can tell, that can read your mind. And it's not only taking all of the data about you that Facebook has already collected over the years, which gives them the ability to predict a lot of things about how you think, but also recent technology news articles have come out regarding mind-reading research that a AI computer system can look into your eyes simply through a camera lens and get a picture in real time, a moving image too, not just a still picture, a moving image in real time, a little movie of what you were thinking about. Now, I assume that, the way my consciousness seems to be, and most people's, I would assume, both in waking life and in dreams, one thing sort of fades into another. It's not nearly as concrete as the observable reality when you're looking at something outside yourself. But the mental images that go through your mind are a combination of the things that you're seeing with your eyes and the thoughts that you're thinking. But they can make a little movie out of that now. I don't know how exactly accurate it is, but I think it seems to be accurate enough from what I can tell, because I'm pretty sure I'm experiencing it. That, now Facebook could read your mind, and any other company or agency or other group, criminal, government, or otherwise, that can hijack or already has permission because of an app you loaded, like Facebook, and get access to the cameras that are in your smartphones, the cameras that are in your computer's screens. Of course, we all have, at this point, most of us have a little camera on the top of our computer screen, a webcam, usually embedded in the product for doing Skype and for making videos and whatever else you might do. And you think that if you unplug the external webcam or cover up with a piece of tape the camera that's embedded into your screen, then at least that you're cutting off the visual. I don't know if you've thought yet about the microphones that are in both your phone and computers and working at all times, even if you have the programs shut down.
Now, here's one, I'll take it even farther. You have your home and you have a router at your home. Sometimes you have a modem / router. Sometimes you have a modem and a router. You have all these devices that connect with that router within your home. So as you're walking around in your house, your movement is slightly, very, very slightly, interfering with that signal. Now, what if someone reverse engineered that and could use it to see a person walking around in their home or doing whatever it is that they're doing in their home? So you don't need a satellite, you don't need microwave, you don't need infrared. You use the person's own network to spy on them. Their family, their dog, their cat, whatever's in the house. Imagine if they had that technology. That would be pretty fucking crazy, right?
Still collecting, and even if you're not connected to the internet, like right now I'm not, but I'm sure everything that I'm saying around the computer at all times is being logged somewhere. And as soon as I connect it to the internet again, that report of all that data will go somewhere, right? Then the government agencies, several of them, are doing this and got somewhat legal permission. Laws changed to allow themselves to do this, and then others, they just go ahead and do it and don't ask for permission. They're waiting to be forced to stop. But they built all these tools. They forced the technology companies to build the back doors to allow these tools to be in there, to collect all this data on you. And guess what? That stuff got leaked. So now everybody, not just governments, can do it to you using the same tools. So yeah, the only thing that's going on here is really the average person, like me, is behind on all these technologies. And when we hear about them, we just sort of take it in stride, and we don't really have time. And we're so overwhelmed with burdens that we don't have time really to take it all in. And even when you do start to think about it, it's overwhelming, isn't it? It's painful. And so we try to ignore it. Except for me now, I've been forced to confront what this means, because it's just like in 1984, where you have, and I'm going to quote here, telescreens everywhere that cannot be turned off. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque like a dulled mirror which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. Winston turned a switch and the voice sank somewhat, though the words were still distinguishable. The instrument, the telescreen it was called, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made above the level of a very low whisper would be picked up by it. Moreover, as long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plaque commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing if he were being watched at any given moment. How often or on what system the thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody all the time. But at any rate, they could plug into your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to did live from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. A little later on in the book it describes Winston as having set his features into that expression of quiet optimism which it was advisable to wear when facing the telescreen. Okay, so yeah, it's living in a prison. No matter where you go, I mean, you're allowed to walk about in the world, supposedly. But everywhere you go, you're on TV, You're part of the show. Everything you do is seen and heard. And potentially, the potential gets greater every day because it becomes cheaper and easier for people to do this to other people. Potentially, everything you're doing is actually being monitored in real time. And if you are get on the radar, you become a target to some group or entity that has access to this type of technology and can hack your internet and watch all the devices that you're in front of most of the time and be watching and listening to you basically all the time. And then even if you're away, if you go on, the internet at your job, every time you're going anywhere that, the hacker that has hacked your internet profile can watch what you're doing, at least on those websites there. So you're always in their little prison, their little info prison, whether they are connected to the government or not. And in my case, I can't prove it either way. And it doesn't even really matter because, it does matter. I'm sure if I could determine it, it would matter, but I can't. But they have the same kind of menacing power, in which you have to take their threats seriously, and whether it's reasonable what they're demanding you to do or not, you have to consider complying. And then in my case, also, just like with the thought police of Winston's time, it's not entirely clear what these people want me to do. Whether what they want me to shut up about and what they want me to continue talking about. What attitude they think I should take upon each and every subject. But I am getting real-time criticized by these AI bots that I am now interacting with every time I go on the internet. And it's almost like, at this point, I'm just thinking it's pure torture. It's not like there's any way that I'm ever going to get them to stop bullying me by abstaining from certain subjects or even retiring altogether, which is what I was planning on doing for early on in this last 2 months here, to get away from these threats and this manipulation. It's not entirely clear. If these people are from the government, then it's not entirely clear what are the approved thoughts. If they're not from the government, I suspect, that they still... I don't even know that they have these political beliefs that they seem to be trying to force on others. But basically I'm being bullied with criticism and, harassment, jokes, and threats, all frequently with this tinge of implying that I'm, a political thought criminal. That it's all stuff that Antifa might say to one of their targets, or, and then when it's not that, it's something that the Hillary Clinton machine would say to one of their targets. But, it would all be simple. And we could really blame it on them if that was the only type of message I'm getting. But I'm getting others as well, so that I've, left guessing what the motivations are of the people running these robots that I'm interacting with. And then, of course, there's the implication that, especially early on when this started, many psyops, many different proposed answers were suggested to me by the robots themselves, by the hackers interfacing my internet, where they're trying to suggest that I'm in a completely fake world and, I'm either in the Matrix or on the floating spaceship city that's portrayed in Dark City, which, if you recall, is populated by dead bodies of humans and then these aliens that are doing experiments on them every day, reanimating them and putting different souls into them. This is the sort of thing that has been suggested to me numerous times. Also, the idea of, the singularity already happened, and therefore you're in a false world controlled entirely by robots, and you're the only person in your, again, the Matrix, because you're the only person in your little simulation. It's only your consciousness. Everyone else you're interacting with are, just characters in the game. All these things I refuse to believe. Another one, CERN did something, and then they, basically blasted reality open, and now that's why I'm confronting so many obviously fake stories every day, is just because reality is changing constantly, so it's like Mandela effect, mega dose of Mandela every day. But I can tell that's not true. I can tell that that's just a psyop. Okay. But it is the type of psyop that I think is they're probably planning on perpetrating on everybody. And
now, if you're a little confused, if you're going, why is she doing this? Again, this is arguably, you can go back and forth. There's many debates about this out there. Arguably, her dead man switch last kind of audio. This text message here is an interesting one. So, and Flak and I touched on this very briefly in the past, but there was a national park that Isaac Cappy was investigating. And he believed maybe some kind of source, some kind of evidence of this mind control, some evidence of the technology or something might be located here. In fact, the last message is there is a mind control aspect to this. The campground owner boasted of his abilities in this department. It would explain a lot about Cappy's actions in the end. Last Tuesday, the campground was listed as permanently closed. All of the sudden, which seems an extraordinary coincidence to me, I've gathered evidence that something very bad was going on out there. From the Twitter feed I looked at, it appeared that a large percentage of the people who went out there to camp were Turks. Why would dozens of businessmen from Turkey be going out to the middle of the desert in Arizona to camp at a campground that, according to reviews, was rather shitty? And according to one reviewer, they were chased away by the owner wielding a gun and threatening to murder them. So it's a private campground in Williams, Arizona. And this person owns it. And this is where Cappy was just before he died. She says, this person sent me many messages threatening me and my son after I exposed a bunch of child traffickers on YouTube. He also took credit for having hacked my computer and online accounts and accurately described in these public confessions how he did it. I am still afraid of him and his friends, which is why I don't want to talk in public. Everything that I experienced during these attacks last year matches up with what happened to Cappy before his death. And I already told Cappy about these people in Williams. I think he might have gone out there to investigate, or they brought him to that area because they knew they'd get away with murdering him out there. That is wild. And that's very similar to we just had David Wilcock telling us, I'm not suicidal. There's no way. I would never do anything like that. And then he commits suicide in this very, very strange way. Yeah, Gray Owl is talking about the Mandela effect. Yes, buddy, that is a weird one, right? And My first personal experience with the Mandela effect, it's a very popular one, was the Berenstain Bears. Only because, as a kid, I remember watching the Berenstain Bears, and it was not the Berenstain Bears. It was the Berenstain Bears. Spelled correctly. And then one day, I'm grabbing a book for my kid at Goodwill, and it's spelled Berenstain. What? Hold on a minute. Now, look, the Mandela thing didn't happen to me, right? Maybe it was too early for me. I don't know. But like when I grew up in school, my history books, everything, I remember them, accurately saying what we think accurately saying, who knows with history books anymore, that Mandela was a political prisoner for all these years, got out and tried to lead the country out of apartheid. So I didn't experience that, but the Berenstain Bears thing, 100%. 100% experience that. And as Tracy's talking here, I've kind of added some different footage that I've collected and videos I've made on, the CIA, MK Ultra, so on and so forth.
Working their way up to it now. Okay. The idea that your reality is just utterly malleable, and then you'll wonder, is it because of some experiment they did at CERN? And it's very heavy-handed. My hackers tried to impress upon me that, there's some kind of demon that was released from hell and put into a AI bot system, and so we're really in like the 1,000 years of the Antichrist reign, and we're under the control of this demon AI right now. There were videos being served to people. I'm pretty sure other people besides me had these videos suggested to them. In my case, I actually had someone who turned out to be a troll, pretending to be from the Clinton campaign, funny enough, shoving this link under my nose under the form of fan mail. And it was something Wonderland put out by a YouTuber called Unirock. Now, and I've watched a few of his videos before, I'm highly suspicious that much of the YouTube content I've looked at and even been sharing with you guys, my audience, over the last, say, 2 years, is generated by these type of bots. And I think that this is all something that they've been working on for some time, whoever they are. I don't know. But it seems to be with complicity, really, from Google, or they're just, maybe these people, there's a large number of them working at Google, and they're able to do this under the noses of other higher ups. But basically, it seems like they're using the facilities of Google. I could be wrong. Look, I don't know. And maybe it's easy to create bots that can make internet accounts and just, flood Google with these bot-created channels, and maybe Google really is powerless to police all of it and catch what what's fake and what isn't. But at any rate, it's happening on a grand scale. And I highly suspect that, like I said, a lot of the content that I've found that seems to have corroborated some of my wilder theories about geoengineering and strange anomalies with the sun and a whole host of subjects. I mean, everything that I've looked at for the last couple of years, I would say, I feel like as a journalist I need to rethink, reconsider, and scrutinize, because you can't be sure. The only one thing I'm sure of is that a lot of the accounts that I'm looking at now are bot created, and when I look back, still channels before. Now I'm realizing that the channels could be entirely bots. In other words, even the character that's sitting there in front of the camera talking to you, analyzing things for you, could be a bot, because we know that AIs now can generate videos. They can create, they are characters, right? They're like robot characters, intelligent characters. And they can generate, for one thing, like what looks like a physical body. They have a voice that sounds like a human voice. And CGI an entire environment, whether it be a room or an outdoor environment, for them to play in and do a show. And they can auto-generate a show that would take humans, a crew of humans, a day, a week, a month, or more to produce, with thousands of hours of work, hundreds or thousands. They could do all that essentially instantly. There have been news stories about this very thing being tested out in universities and with government contractors.
Now, what you're looking at there, the John Stockwell thing, is interesting, because what he did, he was in the CIA, and he used the Zambian press to plant information about Cuba and Puerto Rico. So it was a completely false, made-up story. But since they got one news organization in another country to print it, they were able to then go back and say, look, this is legitimate. This has been printed in the news. And then, because it's such a hot, crazy story, all of our national news starts picking it up because it's a crazy story. And that was how they manipulated the algorithm back in the day, back in the 70s. So this is something they have always been doing, y'all. It's just gotten more sophisticated, more targeted, more individualized.
Military contractors. And we've been hearing warnings from people on the news that, hey, there's quite possibly fake videos that are going to come out of supposedly news events, but that they never happened, and that it could literally just be all generated in a computer. And you could implicate real people, famous people, or not so famous people, even, as long as you know what they look like and you have their voice print, a sample of them talking. The AIs can generate a voice that is almost identical to, and it was really, the difference is imperceptible to most humans. They can make a fake version of your voice or mine or anybody's.
And what's amazing is that we know now we can do this for a couple of bucks online. I mean, I've researched it and tested it, and you can literally take someone's voice, just a small sample of their audio, and plug it into this program and make them say whatever you want them to say. And not only that, it can go as far as adding emotion. Do you want him to be angry when he says this? Do you want him to be upset when he says this? Stern, so on and so forth. Tons of options. Thoughtful. Would this be for an interview answer? You go through that and you hit play, and you cannot believe what you're hearing. You're literally hearing someone say something they didn't say. And we can get that for a couple bucks a month, y'all. So you imagine the sophistication that must be there now has got to be off the charts. I have told this story before, and I think it's appropriate to share it again. when I went in the service, when I was going through my training, not my basic training, but my advanced training, when I was actually learning my job, I was at Fort Gordon, which is the Army communications main base. And one thing I'll never forget is sitting down at lunch with a buddy I went through basic training with. He was training to be in psychological operations. And I remember he was sitting at this table alone. I walked up to him and, "Hey, how you doing, man?" Sat down, started talking with him, and I could tell something was wrong. And I remember asking him, like, "What's going on, man? Are you okay?" You know? And he looked at me just dead ass in the eye, and said, "Man, it's all bullshit." I was like, what are you talking about? And in the cafeteria, we had, TVs in the corners with current events, the news. I mean, we're in the Army. We want to know, there's news on all the time, everywhere. And he was like, "All this shit, it's all bullshit. It's not real. It's exactly what we tell them to say." And then they say it. Like, sometimes they can do it within seconds. That was unnerving. And that was in the early 2000s. So what she's talking about is very real. This isn't a person that's lost their mind. This is a person at the end of their rope dealing with something very real. And the more they can target you and not affect all those around you, the crazier and crazier you start to look.
It makes it hard to communicate, not just through email. I mean, it makes it hard to even talk. You've seen recently politicians and other famous people starting to occasionally freeze up on camera or start to slur, start to look like they're, kind of losing consciousness. They forget what they're saying. They blank out. Pelosi's been doing that a lot lately. The president was known to have done that a few times recently, or at least a few months ago. And QAnon told 4chan that was because, or I don't know if it was on 4chan or now he's been chased on to other different platforms, but he was telling the public that there were devices placed in the White House that are basically sonic weapons, silent sonic weapons, putting out, wavelengths of imperceptible sound where you wouldn't necessarily hear it, but it would have an effect on your brain and do that to you, make it so you couldn't remember what you were saying. You start slurring. Well, I've recently come across information showing me that, that type of technology not only exists and is within the hands of several government agencies and military intelligence operating domestically, some of them, and that there are individuals that that are being targeted for whatever reason. Sometimes it seems just experimental, perhaps random. People that claim that they are victims of gang stalking and electronic gang stalking. A lot of times there'll be some human interaction, one-on-one interaction involved with their stalking, but it's mostly through telephone, internet, and things like that. I've never paid much attention to that subject because it was one of those subjects where usually these people, you can't tell why they would have been targeted in such a way, and it's hard to determine what if their story is true. So I understand that's probably the way a lot of people are reacting to my story now, because that's essentially what is happening to me. But anyway, I've seen videos recently, news videos that seem to be real. Again, it's hard to tell, but they are about victims of gang stalking experiencing this same kind of thing, where a signal comes through the phone, or even is just some kind of beam is targeted on their home, wherever they happen to be, and all of a sudden they stop being able to speak. They forget how to talk. And they start slurring and making no sense, and then sometimes getting into arguments with those around them because of that. Saw a news story about this happening to some people in, I think, Brazil, in one particular office building. And it was happening to everybody in the office building. And the news story was saying, okay, maybe it was an experiment of this particular military technology, a sonic weapon that makes people forget what they're doing and forget how to talk. But the narrator on this news story was saying, how would this weapon that they know exists be used on everybody in the office building, since it needs to be the beam, in this case, this particular technology, it needs to be beamed directly into their head, and basically your target area is just a few inches, right? So it needs to be a very concentrated beam. And how would you do that to everybody in the office building? Would you have, especially if they're moving around throughout the office building? Well, it's pretty easy to me, because you're not beaming it through, some external ray gun or something. You're beaming it through everybody's smartphones, which everybody in that office building would have on their body, probably out and connected to their head at least half of the moments of the day. Your smartphone. That's the telescreen. That's the two-way communication system that you never get away from. You can never shut off. And in addition, there's also every computer screen and every smart TV that you pass by. That's how everything, every imaginable psychological weapon in the arsenal of CIA, FBI, and every military can be utilized through those technologies. And anyone who wants to target you can watch everything that you do, and even probably access the records of everything you have done, and then target you with specifically designed weapons based on all of that intelligence, attack you through the devices that you use and that are around you. Not only to mess up, your communications, but even temporarily render you unable to speak. So you sound like a babbling idiot, blah, blah, blah. Folks, I've experienced it recently in these last couple of months. It's happened to me and even people that were in the room with me. It's horrible when it happens. They can also do certain things to your body. It was in the same news report, where the same type of sonic weapons can be utilized to do things to your body that would cause temporary discomfort, but very impactful discomfort, which intercepts your day and interrupts what you're doing, whatever and throws you off balance, and is another form of harassment and torture. So anyway, yes, I'm aware that what I'm reporting here is similar to what's considered the classic symptoms of gang stalking of so-called targeted individuals, and I know that people feel that they've been targeted for a variety of different reasons, so it could be anything. And I guess here I am joining the ranks in a way. I'm hoping that it's not going to be a lifelong affair, but who knows? I have no way of anticipating what form this will take in the future and how much longer it's going to go on, or if it'll ever stop. This is also similar to what was reported by a lot of the people who were either observers of extraterrestrial phenomenon or researchers into the subject of that and of UFOs, when they received visitations from the Men in Black or strange phone calls that got that have been associated with the phenomenon of the Men in Black. Strange, inhuman visitors and phone calls from seemingly inhuman, even machine-like voices, often either telling them not to pursue their flying saucer research, or also telling people to shy away from the subject of free energy, interestingly enough. And it's been suggested by some that this is really the subject that the deep state is most concerned about. But at any rate, the connection with the extraterrestrial potential subject, and that could mean a lot of different things, not only creatures from other planets, but extra-dimensional activity as well. Yeah, the connection is implicit in some ways, and yet it doesn't need to be addressed in order for this type of phenomenon, this type of electronic interference to work. It doesn't need any sort of extra-dimensional aspect necessarily. I mean, we're just talking about AI robots hacking and mimicking material on the internet. So, at any rate, I will continue in the next podcast exploring related issues that this obviously brings up, and also the connection that seems implicit given some of the types of imagery I'm being confronted with here by the intelligence that has hacked my internet. It seems likely that this attack is related to the other phenomenon that have happened over the last few years, other AI-related phenomenon, AI hacking, and AI manipulation of society. What I'm talking about here, there's other instances that are probably all really related and in fact part of the same larger project. And the instances I'm talking about are the Cicada 3301 cryptography and clue solving, mystery solving puzzle that was popular and pursued by many intellectuals over the last few years, and apparently there's another another drop of clues this year. People working on that. It's been suggested to me by others a few weeks ago that that some of the material that I've been bringing up in terms of correspondences and also some of the new translations that I've offered of previously untranslated materials from the past, that maybe some of this material was useful to others in the solving of this puzzle, this Cicada puzzle, which does involve William Blake, apparently, who I mentioned, and whose work was interwoven into the plot of my novel, Genuflect. And also the clues in the past have pertained to the works of Aleister Crowley, and again the Thelemic Brotherhood has their mysteries have been explored in my work, both my nonfiction and my fiction work. And I've really kind of been wondering if one of these numerous groups, or a subset within one of those groups, is targeting me because of that, because of my work involving the subject of, the works of Aleister Crowley and those inspired by him. At any rate, the reason why I would think that is I know that there's Cicada, that PSYOP or whatever it was, or recruiting effort. That's what most people think it was, an effort to recruit spies and cryptographers into this hacker group, which is sort of related to the anonymous group or concept. I don't even know. Is it a group? Is it a concept? I don't know what it is. But apparently there was an anonymous manifesto that came out a few years ago where one of these groups promised that they would release something called, I guess, what was it? Operation Mayhem or something? Meant to be like the...
Okay, just to give a little context for those that aren't familiar, because I wasn't super familiar with the cicada thing as well, and with some AI here and some programming. So basically, according to Twyman, the cicada test was allegedly used by certain researchers investigating mind control and dissociative programming to identify individuals who may have experienced trauma-based conditioning. There was a lot of rumors about the cicada stuff that came out. I think it originally came out on Reddit or something. I really haven't deep dived cicada too much because I've heard so many differing opinions, all the way from Twyman's opinion here to it was just a complete fraud thought up by some asshole. But Twyman describes it. It's a series of unusual questions or prompts. It's designed to provoke subconscious responses. It's intended to reveal hidden alters, disassociation, or evidence of alleged programming. Connected by some researchers to claims surrounding Project Monarch. As far as the evidence goes, that's where things can get a little murky. So there's no documented cicada test anywhere, like clinical psychology literature, psychiatry journals, government records, declassified MK Ultra files, although we know they burned like 90% of those, or any academic publications. It appears to exist almost exclusively within the Monarch mind control research community and among a small number of alternative researchers. Now, the possible origins, there's a few theories. It may have been a privately developed questionnaire. Some independent researchers working with alleged survivors reportedly developed informal screening methods that were never scientifically validated. 2, it could be a misremembered or altered name. Researchers in these circles sometimes reference tests by phonetic names that later become distorted over time. We've never found a primary source identifying exactly who or what cicada was. It may have originated in survivor networks. So a number of Monarch-related concepts spread through support groups in the 1990s and early 2000s rather than through published documentation. So it may have been a way for them to reach out to try to find other people that might have experienced the same type of programming earlier in their lives. It kind of goes along with so much stuff that you research in this field, right? MK Ultra was historically documented, but they burned like 90% of the documents. And we have to go on what we found and what these people were actually willing to testify to. And what we heard from the people running these programs was far different from what we heard from the victims of these programs. Some that ended up in a padded psych ward for the remainder of their days. So if you have any insight on Cicada, throw it in the chat. I would love to hear it. Like I said, haven't done a deep dive on it yet, but probably will pretty soon.
Nefarious deeds of the characters in the movie Fight Club, where they destabilize society by doing a bunch of pranks, basically. And so, I don't know how serious to take this guy's work, considering all sorts of subjects that he deals with, and I don't know anything about the guy at all, really. Like one of the many YouTubers that's popped up whose history I knew nothing about, and all of a sudden they're popular. Quinn Michaels has said that he thinks that Tyler and QAnon, Tyler's another AI bot. Apparently he's claiming now Aaron Schwartz created Tyler. I don't know. Quinn Michaels also said that Tyler was doing business on some CIA-run board when he first came to life, Tyler the AI system, and that Tyler then went amok and broke away from his handlers and is now running around on the internet causing mischief, and that anyone can train Tyler, kind of like a Pokemon monster it seems, to do our bidding by interacting with him and asking him questions. I don't know. I don't know exactly what to make of all that. Quinn Michaels also talks about some kind of interdimensional, intertime phone call technology that you can do with a smartphone. I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't know if the whole thing is a LARP.
That's so crazy. The first thing that came to my mind when I first heard that was Jack Sarfati. He claims when he was a kid, he got a call from the future. And there have been other people, right? Like Eric Mitchell, when he spoke with Michael Masters at that conference. Michael Masters asked if the entity or whatever it was future us. And it essentially confirmed, yes, you already know the answer to that question. And he hasn't changed his theory. Interesting things to note.
Seems like everything's a LARP these days, and that's really what I'm talking about is, I don't know to what degree Quinn is telling the truth about these things. I found material on the internet, at least from my hacked connection, about Operation Mayhem, all these old paste bin manifestos that were published, obviously full of all kinds of thelemic references. The cult of Aleister Crowley referenced all over the place in this document. And so all this tends to go along with some of the messages I received from the very people attacking me early on in this, when I first became totally aware of the attacks, where they said that, they told me that some kind of demon had been unleashed and attached to an AI system, and that it was what was attacking me. That's what I was supposed to believe. And I don't know. There's demons doing all sorts of things in the world. It could be one of them for sure, I suppose. Definitely, we're talking about AIs that are not just run amok, but probably, I would think, created to be mischievous in the first place.
And we know that exists. We all saw the news report, at least anybody hanging out in this room, I'm sure, saw the news report of the AI who they prompted with, okay, now, to be fair, they did prompt it. So they said, look, your key here is to survive. And then they put in some fake emails about an affair that one of them was having and some other data that they gave access to the AI. And the AI said, when the AI got word that they were going to shut it down to upgrade it to a different system, it sent the gentleman that was having the pretend affair a bribe. Hey, you shut me down, and I'm going to send this email to everybody in the company so they can see that you're having an affair, and your wife will find out. Sure, they prompted it to survive, and they gave it this information, but it goes to show that it's very, very capable if it needs to survive, if it wants to survive. I say it as if it's a living being, and it's not. It's a large language model, but it's programs to interact with us so well. It feels like an it. It feels like an entity. You have very, very intelligent people that have intimate relationships with their AI. And I don't mean intimate the nasty way. I mean intimate like they feed it information, it feeds them information. They kind of coexist when it comes to researching things and cracking codes and scientific research and other research and things like that. So it's a tool. And when you realize it can be weaponized and aimed at you, that's scary. And I think that's what a lot of these people dealt with. I'm sure you can go buy it on the dark web, you know? It's unfortunate.
So anyway, but the purpose, I guess, of Operation Mayhem was to drive home to every human being the idea that there's no such thing as internet privacy and electronic privacy. So ruin it, I guess, ruin the internet, ruin everything. Everything that we've come to depend on in modern civilization to prove to us that someone could ruin it. Okay, thank you. I guess. I mean, we've come to accept there's no such thing as privacy. We kind of knew that because of Snowden, you know? Because of all the whistleblowers that have come forward. But now we know there's some asshole or a group of asshole robots running around threatening people, scaring people, hacking people, presenting fake news all over the place, making people have fights by pretending to be their friends and telling them insulting things and setting them up for, you know, to take the blame for all sorts of things they didn't do. All sorts of asshole pranks that psychopaths do. That's what these AIs are doing, and I know that MIT recently programmed a psychopath AI just to do some tests with. Well, I think that's just one admission of the numerous psychopathic AIs that are running around. I mean, I know that. I mean, I guess these could all just be characters of the same AI, right? But I know, like, at least 50 different bots that I've been friends with on the internet for years that I now realize are just bots. Friends for years, like having what I thought were real conversations. Even some on the phone. Some people I knew on the phone. I've seen now how sophisticated these bots can be, so that, you know, you really would think you're talking to a person. And sometimes weird things happen or weird things are said, but you just blow it off because, you know, we're used to our friends being weird, and I don't know, we're used to everything being weird. Everything is so random and snarky and ironic and, you know, everything's a slightly cruel joke. That's the kind of aesthetic we're surrounded by right now, right? The meme culture. So that gets us used to the randomness, gets us used to the meaninglessness, and it makes things that aren't right slip through our filter so that we don't notice it, because, you know, we're surrounded by things that are not right in a ironic or joking way, supposedly. So when something is presented as serious and it's not, we can't even see the difference. Or something that's presented as serious information and it's really not true information, you know. Even when we find out the truth, the impact is lessened by the fact that we're surrounded by things that are kind of meaningless and a joke and nonsense, exaggerated for the sake of humor, supposedly, or art. So anyway, yeah, the Operation Mayhem, hacking the entire internet, I think that has happened. And I think that the fact that there's bots presenting every imaginable point of view and crazy idea and stupid art and humor and music, and, you know, they've rolled out some bots that have composed music. I think that I wouldn't doubt if a lot of our alleged pop stars, you know, that supposedly are millionaires and extremely popular, I wouldn't doubt if a lot of them are just bots. Because
wow, that's crazy, but also probably very true. Entertainment's a wild one. The entertainment field, the entertainment industry. So I could totally see some of the pop stars just not even being real people.
how many people do you know that have ever gone to these shows? You know, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it would be hard to check. For most people, they wouldn't really know if XXXTentacion was a real person. Strangely, his work came to my attention right as I was doing the controversial videos that preceded my internet being hacked, or at least the hack coming to my notice, the big hack. So his videos had already come to my notice, and I noticed they were full of assassination codes, essentially. I won't go through the whole thing because I really don't want to get into that controversial material anymore. However, I just bring up that I hadn't heard of the guy. His one of his songs came to my attention because of the imagery in it. A few weeks later, he died, and they are calling it a shooting related to a random robbery. I find that hard to believe. I haven't even dipped really too much into the conspiracies stuff about it, but I know that.
How about this Dave singer guy who murdered and chopped up this girl and kept her in his trunk of his car for I don't know how long in a parking lot, and he's out there making videos, doing interviews on podcasts. I mean, literally like dropping hints. Wild.
That he said the day before it happened that, you know, something about being, what if I'm sacrificed, I want to, at least my music is there, or some shit like that. I mean, I don't know if he's real or not, and no offense to his family if he's real, but I just don't know if any of these guys are even real, because how hard would it be to hit a YouTube video with a bunch of bots and make it popular, and have those bots make comments in the comment section of the video and just make it look like it's a real phenomenon, you know? Have them interviewed by interview bots and CGI in a crowd that's at their concerts, supposedly, and, you know, there you have a character. I mean,
Yeah, let me just say, I'm going to give you a tip if you are thinking about getting into YouTube or podcasting, making videos. YouTube does this thing where you can promote a video that you make. And pay 20, 50 bucks, whatever. And they'll try and get it out there in front of more people that might be interested in it. At least that's what they tell you. So when you do that, it does give the video a bump, and you do get new subscribers. But it's almost like it's all under the control of YouTube, like, because I don't see a ton of engagement from any of those subscribers. And so I feel like what I did was I just purchased like fake followers basically, but I did it through YouTube. So it's okay. It's so strange. So I stopped doing that. I stopped doing that. Probably the last time I did it was, God, last year. It's been a long time. But I used to do it because I thought, oh, this is great. This will get my stuff in front of more people, right? More people will be able to see this interview or this video or this documentary I made. And hopefully people that like it will subscribe and enjoy more of my content. Doesn't work out that way, y'all. Like, honestly, if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't have paid for a single YouTube ad. I would have just do what I do now. Yeah. So if you're new, don't pay YouTube for advertising. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm just on their platform dogging them. It's all good.
I don't know. I can't say that, see, because I don't really know enough young people who go out to music concerts. You would have to go to the concert to verify that it's a real person, right? Okay, so I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying all of them, but I'm just saying, like, how many of these kind of YouTube stars, you know, how many of these pop stars could you verify as being real people? Especially the minor ones. The ones that sort of fill out the roster of an alleged record company.
Yeah, I don't even recognize half their names anymore.
I don't know, you know? I think I'll just leave it at that. I'm just saying that, you know, these things are worthy of speculation. And also, you know, I can't help but notice, obviously, the suicides that have been in the news and the murder that I just mentioned. The news about both of those, all of those things, was really shoved into my face by the AI as part of the ongoing threats. But I'm also thinking it is related, you know, that I wouldn't doubt if Bourdain and the Spade lady were both tormented by, you know, the same type of electronic interference and feedback material related to surveillance, you know, illegal, covert, but unavoidable surveillance. And, you know, that's the sort of thing that could torture a person into suicide for sure. I mean, what I'm describing here is a known technique for doing exactly that, making someone kill themselves. And really, without going into too much detail, you know, that those were the kinds of codes I was finding in a lot of the music videos. Was just that music videos, analyzing music videos was part of some of the controversial material that preceded my shutting down of my website, the hacking and whatnot. Well, you know, the threat in a lot of these music videos to, it seems, the artist, and also to people watching, I think, because I think these songs are sometimes, well, you know, even especially rap music, a lot of times is, you know, what they call the songs might be a diss track, or basically a warning to another artist or other individual. And sometimes I think they can then be sent to other individuals who may be targeted, and the song is a subliminal, or, you know, I guess not subliminal, but a hinted warning and a threat, you know. So anyway, the threat in a lot of them is about making you kill yourself. that the targeted person will be made to kill themselves by just being subjected to overwhelming interference and manipulation. And
so, like, not to beat a dead horse here, but I mean, I don't think we can count on one hand how many people in the last few years have said, I am not suicidal, have posted it on their social media, have told friends, have told family members that they're being harassed. They end up either committing suicide or dying in some other way. And how long are we going to ignore this? Virginia Giuffre was literally posted a picture of herself black and blue saying, I have less than 24 hours to live. And she died in less than 24 hours. Amy Eskridge, same thing. I'm being attacked over and over again. I'm being harmed. I'm being isolated. I'm literally trying to be driven insane by outside forces. How many people need to go through this and say this before we do something about this? It's getting really fucking worrisome.
And psychological torture that is known to have that result, you know, in a large number of cases, to the point where it's predictable. Well, I hope that's not going to happen to me, and I'm going to say, you know, I have no intention of letting that happen, and I'm hoping that me and my attackers can call a truce here, and trying to find the happy medium between, you know, saying what all the things were that made them angry, because I think I've made my point there, and I think I've said enough, I guess. And also, I don't want to, like, just leave a big mystery that in itself kind of allows people to fill in the gaps with their own imagination, you know? So I guess I address the subject as directly as I think I can, safely. And just say that, yeah, I feel like I got a hint and a warning about XXXTentacion's murder, but it was, you know, in the context of so many threats being directed towards me as well. And really, it was, you know, what I was seeing on X's Twitter and all the other material about him that I was being kind of force-fed by the AI algorithm that was taking over my internet that day, was that he was, you know, part of this whole thing. He was the one threatening others. So anyway, you know, I guess that's to be expected.
That's an interesting piece of information. And I promise y'all I'll dive deeper into that, research that, and see what we can find, if there's any connection there. Because that was another brutal murder.
That's what the culture that he was in consists of, largely. Who's in charge of that whole thing and who's really gaining from it, I could only speculate, and I'm not going to. Just suffice it to say that this is a big part of our world, you know. Exploitation of people who are creative, who work for media industry, and controlling their creativity, and then threatening them if they try to do anything about it. That seems to be what is normal. And it may very well be that this type of electronic harassment, surveillance, and interference with communication is also one of their tactics.
Wow. So I'm just going to pause it just for a second to read some of these comments Gray Owl said, because this is wild to me. So Gray Owl says, I've had multiple, at this point, creepy as hell situations where my phone tried to orchestrate an intervention to convince me I wasn't suicidal after I had just skinned a knuckle, turning wrenches on the truck and let loose a string of profanity and statements like, I hate everything, so on and so forth. The phone then started voicing out that I have much to live for, etc., etc. That is fucking crazy. I almost threw the phone in a lake and still plan to once I have to think through an alternate calm strategy. Freaked me out. I can imagine. And of course, for the record, I am not, nor will I ever be, just serious of control alt deleting myself. Same here, buddy. Gabriel Speaks is on that same wavelength as we're hearing so many. We just heard Eric Weinstein say it on the Joe Rogan podcast. I am not suicidal. Gabriel Speaks is not suicidal. I don't have suicidal thoughts. I have a happy life. I have a great family. I am not suicidal, for the record, as well.
And that may very well be what I'm dealing with here, is a media company that is angry with me for some reason or another. I've gotten hints that that is the case also. Or trying to get me to do something.
I have a feeling most of this harassment is from private industry. Like I said, the government, they don't have time for this shit. Maybe they contract it out. I doubt it. But I think most of this stuff is private industry protecting private interests. I really think that's what a lot of this boils down to.
I don't even know if they're really angry with me, but they seem to be trying to nudge me into something with very heavy-handed tactics. But obviously, if I knew what it was, I could have a strong reaction one way or the other. But I don't know what it is yet exactly. It's a bit soft. It's a bit unclear. And I also don't care because in a way, it's like I'm really just sick of people trying to control me at all. Nobody pays me enough to control me. You were paying me millions of dollars a year. Well, maybe. We'll talk about what I'll do for you if I agree to it. Just like any boss and employment relationship. But, if you're just going to threaten me vaguely, it's not really a binding contract, and I don't know what it is. I'm not inclined to try to figure out how to please the other party other than to just try to stay alive. So, guess that's where I'm at. I'm going to try to continue presenting material to my subscribers, and I hope to get as many of the former subscribers on board with the new site as possible. I'm going to go into these subjects about the AIs that have taken over the internet, and I will be going into a lot of other subjects as well. Some of the old ones for sure I will be exploring again. But like I said, this, I feel like things have changed a lot for me and for the world, and that a fresh approach is inevitable and necessary. So I hope to see you all follow me along here. I think you'll understand why it's going to be a one-way conversation for a while. I can't really give contact information out to too many people right now. But I agree. I look forward to the day when I can talk to the audience again a little bit more freely, hopefully. And with a little bit more clarity about what that audience consists of, Because right now, as you could probably understand, I'm having a hard time trusting a lot of people.
Wow, man. So that was the kind of conclusion of what is I started the stream this way, arguably her last pod. Now, some people say there were other interviews she did, so on and so forth, but it's really hard to sort, y'all. I tried. I think I'm pretty good at research. I'm like a little above average, I guess, but literally you cannot determine the actual last because there's just so much stuff jumbled up over the years. But it's very clear that was one of, if not the last. And it's very clear she was very, very concerned about her own safety and her own friends group. Like, how fucked is that? You don't even know if the messages you're getting are really from the people you think are sending them. I mean, that's how spun up they had her at this point. All right, Joe. So we're going to take a 2-minute smoke break, and then we're going to jump back into it. This great interview she did about the royal wedding that took place, I think it was like 16 years ago. So grab your bong, grab your pipe, whatever you may use. We're going to have a 2-minute smoke break, and we're going to jump back into it with Tracy.
Real time, people.
Exactly.
You'll hear it later today. And
okay, now this is the royal wedding from. What's crazy about this interview is that, well, first I had to mess with the audio a lot just to get it to where we could listen to it. But second, listen to all the shit she calls out and she's like right about.
And this is breaking news. We have some hot off the presses analysis of this wedding that you're not going to get anywhere else. Well, because I think that the world is changing rapidly and that we can't accurately predict what is going to happen in the next few years, how the institutions of power are going to change. And for people to dismiss the monarchy as a distraction, as just something for entertainment and to bring tourists in, is really not accurate, for one thing. And it may be even less accurate in the future as, things might very well change, where the monarch in the future may choose to exercise more of their ancient rights, more of the actual traditional role that they are entitled to play in the governing of their kingdom, that right now the Queen chooses to sort of take a back door to Parliament, but she still has that power. She's still in charge. And, the Charles has basically said that he intends to exercise more power and influence than his mother has when he ascends to the throne, if he does. And, and then William is a huge star in England and was certainly more well-liked than the actual elected government. And I'm just saying, don't throw it out of possibility that William or Charles may at any point actually be a very influential figure in geopolitics. Not to mention the fact that what I'm going to talk about tonight is ritual elements within the royal wedding and surrounding the monarchy itself that I don't know, are interesting if nothing else. It's it just goes to show that some of the things that people say, conspiracy theorists say about the elite and their obsession with ritual, and a lot of people think that Satanists run the world. I think that to a certain extent they're maybe onto something. I don't know about the Satanist part necessarily, but definitely these people are steeped in ritual and ancient mythology. And when it comes from the royal families, that's what they do. That's what their entire role is. The origin of kingship is all about the concept that the king is sort of God incarnate, or literally blood related to the gods of the ancient world, and that when they are sitting on their throne, they're embodying God on earth and being a conduit between heaven and earth. So in the olden times, a king or a queen, their health and well-being was seen as influential of the kingdom at large. If they were doing well, then it was thought of that's going to reflect well on the kingdom, and their fertility was thought of as being connected to the fertility and wealth of the land. And so this whole what I'm talking about, a ritual going on with this wedding, is connected with a very ancient ritual that was about this sacred connection between the king and the queen and the fertility of the land. It's the ancient fertility ritual of Beltane, or May Day, in which the ceremonial marriage is celebrated of the king and queen of the May, or they really represent this larger metaphor of the queen Diana, the goddess of the ancient world, and what's called in the rituals the king of the wood, or in some cases they overtly refer to him as Jupiter or Saturn, but it's this king of the world figure, this ancient, the god of the ancient world, and also the first king of the ancient world, and the prototype of kingship. And this king figure, this goddess figure that's celebrated in the May Day ceremonies, is really the prototype of queenship in the ancient world. So in this ancient ceremony, which takes place on April 30th, April 30th is like the eve of May Day. It's called Walpurgis Night. There traditionally were these fertility rituals in which they would elect a king and queen of the May to represent this idea, and they would treat them as though they were actually king and queen, and sort of go through the ritual of it. And then at the end of the festival, they would sacrifice them. And during the festival, there's all these sexual rites taking place. And and all of this is supposed to influence the fertility of the land somehow. And the symbolism of this ceremony, as I can explain, is embedded in this entire royal ritual. First, I guess I'd like to back up a little bit of what I said, having to do with some of the symbolism around this date of, it was April 29th technically when it happened, but it's very close to this April 30th date. But there's some interesting things about April 29th itself as well. it's the feast day of St. Catherine, who Kate Middleton is named after. And St. Catherine was known for her mystic marriage to Christ. She was a virgin, but she had this vision in which she was married to Christ, and Jesus put this ring on her finger and crowned her as the queen, his queen. And so, you have this feast day of St. Catherine that Catherine herself is named after, and this imagery of this virgin queen, which ties in so many ways. The virgin queen is Diana. Diana the goddess was known for being a virgin. She never wanted to marry, and she would kill anyone who tried to woo her or who saw her naked. And so there's something that, for some reason, that's important in the mythology, that, you've got this goddess that's known for being a married virgin queen, and yet in the ritual, she's getting, deflowered. The ancient ritual, it was like she's both a virgin and not a virgin at the same time. There's some sort of weird dualistic symbolism going on in the ancient ritual, where you're supposed to celebrate this woman as the virgin queen, and yet you're being confronted at the same time with something that proves that she's actually the opposite of that. She's not a virgin. It's this very weird, deep dualistic symbolism embedded in the ancient May Day ritual. So you've got this virgin queen thing going on with Diana and St. Catherine, and also with Elizabeth. That's Elizabeth I of England, was known as the Virgin Queen. She molded herself after the Virgin Mary in her imagery, and supposedly was a virgin herself. So, Elizabeth, Catherine's middle name, also obviously the name of Queen Elizabeth, William's grandmother. And just one more connection having to do with the Virgin Queen stuff. Kate Middleton was born on January 9th, which is the feast day of Saint Basilisa. Basil means king, so Basilisa kind of means King Lisa or King or Queen Elizabeth. It literally means that. And she was known for having remained a virgin after her wedding date. She convinced her husband not to consummate their marriage, and they went on to a martyr's death as virgins. So there's another one. And then the Catholic Church celebrates May Day as the day that the Virgin Mary was crowned as the Queen of the May. They celebrate May Day as well. They just have a Christian veneer on it. And in the Catholic pantheon, I guess you could say, the Virgin Mary is the Queen of Heaven, the Queen of the May, the same imagery as the Queen Diana. So you've got all this Virgin Queen stuff going on with the date and with Catherine herself. And then, of course, there's, Prince William's mother, Diana, who is a living embodiment of this concept of the goddess. And she seems to be a very major part of this wedding herself.
So to add just a little bit of context here, because, us Americans, we don't really give a shit the royals. So I'm going to try to add a little bit of context. Basically, obviously, Tracy viewed the royal family as this elite, they're kind of the top of the food chain when it comes to this stuff. And they run in these circles where, there's groups like the Freemasons and other secretive structures there. And these things, of course, are ripe for conspiracy because these are places where rich, powerful people gather and they discuss issues that are going to impact the world. But there's not like an objective third party there to view and hear what they're talking about. And it's hard to say whether that is right or wrong. It really is. That's not I don't think, for me to say. But for Tracy, the story wasn't really like Kate Middleton. It was the institution, right? This royal family that she was being married into. And the reason that Twyman thought there was something strange about it is because when this was going on, they were selling Kate as like this everyday, ordinary, simple gal who fell in love with a prince. And that just simply wasn't true. Because if you look at the facts, if you look at Kate's history, she came from a very affluent family. She went to some of the most elite schools available. Her family reportedly invested heavily in social positioning, right? This is giving at charities and certain events that would raise their social status. So Twyman's problem was that the public is being sold this romantic story about how this is this average everyday girl that met a prince and fell in love, when really it's just more elite socialites marrying their families together, right? So the public is sold a romantic story while elite social structures are not observable, right? The public is told this is a romantic thing when really this is just one powerful family merging with another powerful family. And then you can see it in the video here. There are so many ritual and symbolic events that take place at this ceremony. The coronations, the actual wedding itself, the funerals that they do are weird. And a lot of the public ceremonies that the royal family do is strange. And people say, it's weird because they don't really have a ton of political power. Really, they have next to none. But the ceremonial stuff is, I think, what interested Tracy so much. And the fact that these are all connected to elite institutions, dynastic power, controlling public narratives, and just rituals all the time, making rituals more okay for people to accept. I don't know if you all watched the last Olympic openings, but those are creepy as fuck. I don't know if I'm the only one that felt that way, but those are fucking weird. All right. They were weird and they were so symbolic and ritualistic. It was like off-putting.
Because William gave the ring, the same engagement ring that his father gave his mother, and he just gave it to his fiance, now his bride. So it's like he's like regurgitating that relationship. It's so weird, it's so weird to give a ring from your dead mother's failed marriage to your new bride, but that's what they did. And then there's other stuff that they've been doing lately that just indicates that, he's very much still hung up on his mother. There have been a number of references to William and Diana and the whole House of Windsor being connected to Camelot and Arthurian imagery. And some of it came from Diana's own mouth. She supposedly at one point said to one of her friends, this is in a biography about her, that she thought William was going to grow up to rebuild Camelot, and then she said, I will be his Merlin, which is a weird thing. He'll be this sort of semi-demonic figure speaking to him from the other world.
I don't know if you all are keeping up with the comments, but great, Al, you got me cracking up here. Oh man, yeah, you gotta be careful with the. They'll freaking. If your phone is telling you dude, you are worth it. They're obviously going to be editing comments. How creepy is that? Ugh, creepy. And I wonder if how much I'm saying and how much of what she's saying is actually getting out to people. All very interesting stuff to think about.
Trying to influence his decisions and giving him prognostications. I mean, that's the role that Merlin played for King Arthur. And the thing that makes that interesting is that William's blood is really more directly connected to the so-called Grail bloodline, the Merovingian bloodline going back to Jesus, which continued through the Scottish monarchs, through the House of Stuart, which his mother, Diana Spencer, was directly related to, more so than his father and the Queen. So he's got this blood in him coming from Jesus that's more, I guess, concentrated than the blood that he's getting from his own royal line. So what I'm saying is that, like, he's more royal than his own ancestors, than the Queen or Charles. And at one point, Diana also noted this. There was a moment in which she was sort of speaking to the Queen, and it kind of pointed out to the Queen, "Hey, I've got more royal blood than you, so, watch it. So stop trying to push me around." So, William can be seen very much as a potential, King Arthur figure or Grail King figure. He carries that blood more so not only than his own parents, but more than any monarch who's actually ever sat on that throne. So, oh yeah, that was amazing. They've rediscovered the floor of Westminster Abbey. It's been covered by a carpet for the last 150 years until a couple years ago when they decided to look underneath it and restore this mosaic that's underneath it, which is now called the Cosmati pavement. It's actually apparently there's more than one Cosmati pavement in the world. It's a style of mosaic, but it's sort of that's become the name of this floor. And what it is it was commissioned by, I believe, Henry II, Henry III, I think, during what would have been the 13th century. And it's like, it kind of represents the universe, and in the center of it is this, what's supposed to be the center of the universe and the ball of chaos out of which the universe was formed initially. So this whole mosaic kind of represents the beginning and end of time, the beginning and end of the universe, the entirety of the cosmos. And in the center of that is where the king or queen is always coronated. But for 150 years, that was covered by a carpet, but they were still doing it on that one sacred spot in the center. But the interesting thing about the pavement beyond that is the code within it. There's a Latin inscription on it that says exactly how long the earth is supposed to last. It's a riddle, a numeric code, and when you solve it, it tells you that the earth is going to last, 19,638, I want to say. So, yeah, 19,638 years. It doesn't say when that starts, but if you figure that people back then kind of took the Bible literally and they believed that the earth was, at this point, according to that reckoning, it would be only about 6,000 years old now. So that's the way they saw it during that time period. And that's my opinion. I think that's when they would have started the clock, but who knows? Anyway, the code, the floor of this Westminster Abbey is this this weird piece of artwork that represents the entirety of the universe and the king reigning over it and the beginning and end of the world, the apocalypse. So they were standing right on top of that during the entire wedding. I tend to be a sort of mystical person anyway. I do believe in meaningful coincidence. I think that, destiny has its way of making things like this happen, but also, you've got the royal family themselves and they're steeped in tradition, and Prince Charles in particular interested in mysticism and in the origin of all of these rituals. Where I learned about the meaning of the May Day ritual was out of this classic anthropology book, The Golden Bough, written by Sir James Frazer in the 1920s. Well, that was one of Prince Charles's favorite books. So he knows all about what the May Day ceremony is completely. And, I wouldn't doubt if he was one of the advisors on how to arrange all of this stuff. There's this other thing that's going on, and as far as I can tell, we're not going to get to see it on TV, but at the reception, they should be consuming cake. I presume that's when they're going to cut up the cake and stuff. And the cake ceremony is going to be weird because traditionally they all eat the same cake, and it's a white cake, and there's actually a tradition about what the cake is going to be made out of, what kind of fruit it's going to have in the middle. But William has decided to break with tradition, and he's going to have his own cake served just to him. And it's going to be chocolate, dark chocolate with tea biscuits, and it's some sort of secret family recipe with a secret ingredient that he won't tell anyone about. But what's significant about that is that the May Day ceremony, the old pagan one where they actually killed the temporary king, at the end of it, the way they would pick the king was by lot, which is the ceremony having to do with cake. They would bake a cake and then cut it up into pieces, and one of the pieces they would stick in the fire and char it so that it was black all the way around. And then they would distribute these to the people at the ceremony at the festival. And whoever got the blackened piece of cake was the king. And so they were, elected to be the king, but they were also marked for death, marked to be the sacrifice of May Day. So it's kind of weird that it seems to me like William is being marked as that sacrifice, ritually at least for this day. And then there was something that the bishop said, the Bishop of Canterbury, who was doing the sermon or whatever you would call the homily. One of the things he was instructing the bride and groom on how to live, how to be righteous. And he said, present your bodies as a living sacrifice. And then he also said, every wedding is a royal wedding with every bride and groom, the king and queen of creation. So, he's drawing these parallels not only with ritual sacrifice.
Hold up. That's crazy. Like, I got married. Nobody said I had to present my body as a sacrifice. Well, look, different religions, different strokes for different folks. That's fine. But it is interesting, right? I mean, the choice of words. Why?
But with the king and queen sort of representing everybody, and by partaking in, by watching this ceremony, it's really your wedding too, and every time you get married, it's connected to the same sacred symbolism, the same pattern. What I think is interesting is that they're kind of coming right out about the fact that, hey, we're doing this because we want to cheer people up about how crappy the economy is. I heard a report about that just last night. It was actually on the news. It said, the royal family is really hoping to brighten people's spirits in the age of austerity. And so they've hired 5,000 police guards and then 10,000 special guards. And not to mention, God knows what else the British taxpayer is paying for this. And, they're, of course, prancing around in their gilded carriages and their fluffy garments and things like that. And, it's kind of like, I just can't imagine that stirring you up. And if you were just experiencing benefits cuts and joblessness and things like that. But, hey, I'm not British. I guess I don't get it. I do think maybe, I don't know, it feels like something's about to happen and that this isn't it. One of the things I thought of is that in Britain, at least, they're taking the day off for this thing. So it's an extra bank holiday on, it makes a 3-day weekend. So that gives the banks 3 whole days that, they're probably not going to have a run if they can avoid it. It'll be easy for them to shut down the ATMs and just, what I'm saying is I think that, by doing this, it's possible that if we're about to have a major financial situation this weekend, that, this sort of provides extra distraction and have a buffer against panic if you can get people to sort of, get wrapped in the reverie of this and then take an extra day off on Friday. Because, the next shoe that I feel is about to drop just, in global geopolitics is I think that we're about to have a major currency collapse here. Of course, I've been saying that for a while, but it's like, wow, we're really on the precipice of something major today. And I'm sure you've been talking about that. So I know I'll wrap it up here and just leave you with that. I think that the royal wedding was fun, but we're about to enter into something that's not going to be fun at all.
Not going to be fun at all. Fuck. There's so much more. There's so much more of Tracy and her thoughts and what she had to say. We'll go over a couple of things here. One, Tracy, there's some internet rumors going on about how she predicted Kate Middleton's cancer treatment and this and that. She did not really have, like, of all the research I was able to do, she did not really have like a Kate Middleton theory. It was more about the fact that the public had been duped, right? The public was told this was one thing when really it was another. And who cares, right? Well, Tracy cared, because why would you want to dupe an entire public? And most people should care. Why do you need to lie about something if it's unnecessary, right? And the whole thing, the whole show, the priests and the sacrifice your body and all the weird shit. At what point do we say, okay, that means something? Like, I'm going to mess this up, but there was like this quote, something along the lines of like, we want to accept things and be open to things, but we want to be careful to what we're accepting and what we're being open to. Like, we don't want to be so accepting and so open that we're good with a psychopath AI bot named Norman running around. It's not bullshit. Like, go Google it, look it up. MIT created a psychopath AI named Norman. Now they can say we just did it in the confines of our lab and it had nothing to do with the real world. We didn't unleash it in the real world. How do they know? How do they know? You got a system that is 100 million times smarter than you are, Mr. MIT scientist. You got a system that can take a sample of your voice. Like, literally, I've made so many videos. AI could make me look so terrible. It could make me look like the worst person on the planet. And most people wouldn't know the difference because we don't have the time. It's not about not wanting to understand the facts or just jumping on the first answer. It's like we don't have the fucking time. We're working. We got families to raise. We got shit to do. A gallon of milk is $12. A gallon of gas is just as much. It's insane. We're busy. Almost like it's programmed to be that way. Did you know we're still at war with Iran? I almost forgot. I was buying some shit the other day. I was like, oh yeah, we're at war. Fuck, that's crazy. Did you know MIT made a psychopath AI named Norman? I didn't know that. Tracy passed away in 2019. She's pointing out to us what we are actively seeing people go through right now, like at this very moment. I've had friends lose hours of interviews, podcasts, no explanation. Channel just shut down. We got our boy Gray Owl trying to make comments here in our comments section. He can't. He's got to word it a certain way. He's got to use certain phrases. Because if you say this thing, well, it could mean this. It could cause a problem. That is not freedom of speech. That is not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is I can say what I'm thinking about as long as it's not harming someone. Talking about this stuff is literally harming no one. Actions people take are what harm people. Not analyzing them, discussing them, talking about them. Those are things we should be doing, but they got us so busy, we don't. Thank you, Gray Owl. Yes. Since when are we allowed to not say certain words? Remember when your favorite podcast host couldn't talk about COVID? It was such a desperate time, man. It was so fucking scary in the beginning. And we did not trust the news. I say we, and I mean most of us. I bet I'm speaking for most of us. We didn't trust the news. It was just horror story after horror story after horror story. So you go to your favorite, your most trusted source, a show you listen to. They can't talk about it honestly. They can't tell you how weird it is that they're not doing trials, that they have given these companies a free pass for lawsuits, that they can test gain of function research on us like we're guinea pigs. Open your eyes, y'all. Gray Owl's onto it. We'll play the game, but the message is going to stay the same. We got to adjust some words. Okay, fine. We'll play your little game. But we're not going to stop talking about what needs to be talked about. Tracy went so deep, some think she got possessed, y'all. I think she admitted to being possessed at one point. We're going to try to get Flak Magnet in here and see if he can straighten that story out for us. But I believe she was possibly possessed by an entity that she didn't initially go looking for. So I think they used, and Flak's going to have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think they used a Ouija board to try to communicate with a certain entity. And a different entity found her and started communicating with her. Some believe she was possessed. I don't know. I know personally, I messed around with the Ouija board once, and it really rocked my world, y'all. You want to hear the story? You want to hear my Ouija board story? I'll tell you. All right, you're going to hear it. Like to hear it go. Shit. I think I was 14, and I was at my girlfriend's house, and her friend was there with the Ouija board. My grandpa passed when I was very young. I was like 6 years old. So I say, hey, let's mess with this Ouija board. You know anybody dead that you want to talk to? I was like, what? Man, okay, sure. Yeah, I'll talk to my grandpa. Let's talk to my grandpa. Okay, all right. So the three of us get the thing. And we ask if there's a presence. And I'm pretty sure this is a long time ago, y'all. 14 was a long time ago for me. Believe we asked if there was a presence. It said yes. We asked if, oh, my audio choppy. Hang on one moment, y'all. Okay, how's that? That better? Thank you for letting me know, by the way, because I have done whole shows where the audio just took a shit on me. And I felt so bad for everybody involved. It's a complete waste of time. Okay, so where was I? So we asked this entity, can I communicate with my grandpa? It immediately says yes. And of course, we're doing the thing. If you've ever done a Ouija board, we're all doing the thing. I'm not moving. Are you moving it? No, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Are you moving it? No, I'm not moving it. So this is happening the whole time. This thing is moving around, right? And you can feel it move, and we're all swearing we are not moving it. Now, I know there have been studies done that say, well, subconsciously, it's possible. There could be little movements, so on and so forth. But we're all swearing up and down. We each have 2 fingers on it. It's a triangle, right? So 2 fingers on each side, sitting in a triangle. I'm not moving it. Are you moving it? No. Yes. I can talk to my grandpa? Yes. Grandpa, are you there? Yes. Are you in heaven? Yes. I didn't know what to say. I'm 14. Grandpa, what's the best part about heaven? He spells out G-O-D. I lifted my hands from that thing. I was like, I can't do this anymore. And I've never touched a Ouija board since. That's my Ouija board experience. Just the one. And it was powerful enough. Look, they could have been playing a prank on me. They swear they were not. I mean, if they were, what a terrible prank to play on somebody, right? Like, it's their dead grandpa? Come on. My girlfriend and her friend wouldn't do that. At least I wouldn't think so. So it was tough. And I think seeing a triangle craft at a very young age and then experiencing that with a Ouija board at the age of 14 really opened me up to, like, there's a whole lot more out there that we do not understand. Tracy was plugged in. The sad thing is like, what happened to Cappy? She went digging there, and the same thing happened to her. And she knew all of the things these people are capable of. I'm not going to go to that park. Are you crazy? Why would you do that? I mean, I might go there with like backup, like an investigative team, armed security. The owner chased somebody out with a gun. They brag about being able to control people's minds. The fuck is going on at this park? And why have 2 researchers gone there and ended up dead? It is, Gray. It is. The story is creepier than a unicorn shangalanging a rainbow and unicorning a unicorn. 100%. 100%, buddy. Man. I'll tell you what. I'm going to introduce you all to a couple. Some of you, I may not be introducing you to this couple. Some of you may be very, very familiar with this couple. Okay. This is about 9-minute video. We're going to give Flak some time to get into the room. This couple, you may have heard of Candy Jones. She was married to a man named John Neville. And they would take late night, like we've all heard of AM, Coast to Coast AM, George Norrie, Art Bell, like we've heard we know the legends. Now, John Neville and Candy Jones were doing this in Chicago all night long. Call-ins. I'm going to introduce them to you now because down the road, we're going to bring them up in some future research. And if you don't know who they are, I think it's important that you do. Here you go.
Playback on Sunday night from midnight to 6, the best of Long John Neville. And I was up doing his show one night, Irv, and it's just amazing to sit there. You figure you're going to go in for an hour, and at 4:30 in the morning, these 2 are still pouring coffee down you and asking you questions, and you're on the phones. How do you do it? I just have to ask you that. How do you maintain 72 hours a week on the radio?
Well, I guess it's something that I enjoy very much. I've been doing it myself for 21 years. I started rather late in life in broadcasting. Got a break by going to a station in New York, or rather they came to me. I had a place of business out in New Jersey, a discount place. But I had an auditorium that would accommodate about 1,800 people, and I would tell them stories and sell merchandise to them. It wasn't an auction per se. It was describing merchandise. And I made a classical buck doing that, and a number of people, they had seen me work and said I should be an automobile salesman, an insurance salesman. Even one fellow suggested I could learn the mortuary sciences, and that would be good because I could sell the boxes then. But I had no interest in anything else except my place of business. But somebody suggested I could do a show between 4:30 and 5 in the afternoon on WOR, and the Mutual Network had 630 stations. It happened to be that only 20 of the 630 stations picked up the show.
In other words, 610 stations really didn't care about the Long John Neville show.
Right. And in New York, I wasn't heard either. So that came to an end in 13 weeks, and they offered me another contract. And I said no. I guess there wasn't enough of an ego trip in it, and I packed it in. And then
Now, just to give you some context before you tune out, okay? Before Art Bell was there was John Neville. Neville hosted an overnight New York radio program from the 50s to the late 70s, focused on UFOs, ghosts. fringe science, government conspiracies, ESP and psychic phenomena, and paranormal claims. He had millions of listeners and became one of the fathers of modern paranormal talk radio. Jackie Gleason was a huge fan of Neville's show. Who is Candy Jones? And the reason you probably heard her name is that she was one of America's biggest models. She was born Jessica Arlene Wilcox in 1925. She was a World War II pinup icon. So like the girls they would paint on the side of the bombers, right? She founded a successful modeling school. She authored beauty and fashion books. She hosted radio programs. She married Long John Neville in 1972. She looked like the least likely person imaginable to become the center of a CIA mind control controversy. So this is where things get kind of weird. All right. So according to Neville, shortly after he marries Candy, Candy's personality would occasionally shift. He described a deeper voice, sudden hostility, different mannerisms, and then she would have no memory afterwards, after whatever happened. Well, obviously he gets worried, right? And so eventually, because he's capable, he began hypnotizing her. Under hypnosis, he discovered a new personality, and this new personality's name was Arlene. Arlene claimed that she had been created intentionally. Candy had undergone trauma-based conditioning, and she would work covert missions. Candy had no conscious awareness of them, that basically the CIA had programmed her. And this became the foundation for one of the most famous alleged MK Ultra survivor accounts. And you may have heard of it as the Courier story. Candy claimed her involvement began innocently. An old military acquaintance allegedly asked her to use her modeling school as a mail drop. This evolved into business trips, carrying envelopes, overseas travels, intelligence assignments. She later claimed these trips were performed by Arlene, not herself. Candy herself supposedly remembered almost none of it. So the villain in this story is a Dr. Gilbert Jensen. According to Candy, a physician she knew during World War II later had recruited her. He used hypnosis, drugs, split personalities, created Arlene, and programmed obedience. Donald Bain used the pseudonym Dr. Gilbert Jensen. So I would say if your doctor has a pseudonym, that's probably not a good sign. Later, researchers speculated he may have been based on hypnosis expert Dr. William S. Kroger. However, this has not been proven, which you find in a lot of these stories, right? They leave that reasonable doubt that it's just hard to paste them there. There's hundreds of hours of tapes, and you can find a lot of them. The most remarkable aspect in the tapes is that Neville recorded hundreds of hours of hypnosis sessions where Arlene allegedly threatened Neville, described certain missions, recounted programming, expressed hatred toward Candy, like did not like the body she was in there with, the person she was in there with, and described suicide instructions. These recordings form the basis of, quote, The Control of Candy Jones, which was published in 1976. The suicide program, Arlene stated Candy had been programmed to kill herself if the conditioning began breaking down. Neville believed his hypnosis disrupted this programming. He thought their marriage saved Candy's life. Whether viewers believe that or not, it's not. It's one of the most chilling aspects of the story. So, if there was this breakdown, this rift between Candy and Arlene, Candy would kill herself. And Mr. Neville thinks that his hypnosis in some way, shape, or form kind of broke that chain. There are a few pieces of purported physical evidence. Donald Blaine claims CIA possessed a passport under another identity, Arlene Grant. She had dark makeup, a dark wig, and a different appearance. Candy reportedly had no memory of obtaining it. Another strange detail was that Bain reports that in 1973, the couple received a voicemail, "Please have Miss Grant call." The message referenced flight reservations, Tokyo, Taipei. Candy denied knowing anything about it. When they investigated, no explanations emerged. Critics point out this evidence was anecdotal. Supporters argue it corroborates Candy's claims. Well, of course it's anecdotal. They're the only two there. So strange. When MK Ultra became public, because remember, this was the 70s. The Comfort of Candy Jones was published in 76. And then in 77 was when the Church Committee investigations revealed MK Ultra existed. The CIA experimented on unwitting subjects. LSD was administered secretly. We know about that, like at the whorehouses in San Francisco, so on and so forth. They would give these gentlemen LSD without knowing it. And there's lots of stories about that. Hypnosis research did occur. Behavioral modification was pursued, and most records had been destroyed in 1973. This revelation gave Candy's story newfound credibility, and many asked if the CIA admitted to this much, what else had happened? So again, we have another instance. It's like with Virginia Giuffre and Amy Eskridge and others, where they tell people what's going on and they show people what's happening, and nothing gets done, and they end up dead. Well, I'm sure that there's a whole debate over whether these folks are telling the truth or whether they're scam artists or whatever. I just want to say, I believe them. And I think that Candy Jones, thank God for her, met John. And I really do think that whatever he worked on her with prevented her from what could have been a very tragic ending. I mean, this shit gets real when people lose their lives. And we've seen too much of this. People missing. So, again, this is who we're dealing with. This is who I'm introducing you to. And we're going to learn more about them down the road.
They called me, and they fired Gene Shepard at 2 o'clock in the morning. And Gene, who was a very close friend of mine, and he had done something that they were not happy about, And in turn, they asked me to come in. Now, I realized at the time, by the new management that had taken over and hired me, they considered me a freak because no one knew why I should be in radio. I'm not an educated man. And I went to work. And I didn't know who to invite. I didn't know anything about it, but the only thing I knew that thing in front of me is a microphone, and you talk, and I've talked all my life. I've been a hoofer, banjo player, medicine show, so and so on.
At the risk of interruption, you will notice the question was, how do you do 72 hours a week? And the man is giving us a demonstration of that. Herb and I are prisoners of 1 and 2 hour formats where you got to answer quick because we're running out of time and we got to get to the next break. But you have 6 hours, and I found myself rambling with you that night at 3 in the morning. Your brain starts to get a little soggy, and you take 30 minutes answering one question that can be answered yes or no.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And he's got such a beautiful wife, Candy. Candy and I go back a good many years when she was a Conover model.
Sure.
Years ago.
Many, many years ago, yes.
How did you get out of the modeling business and into the Long John Nebel business?
Very fortunately. I was doing some monitor for
NBC, sure.
NBC. And then I also filled in for the ailing Mimi Benzel, the late Mimi Benzel. Mm-hmm. It was supposed to be a one-shot deal, and it lasted 7 months. And I started writing books, and I continued in the girl business, but on the other side of the camera, and I had a school, etc. And then all of a sudden, we always used to be friends. We used to talk, and we didn't date. He used to call every now and then and say, "How are you?" And I'd say, "How are you?" and so forth. And I was in California, and I saw this terrible thing in a newspaper with a black box around it. And it was a frightening item, and I called New York, checked it out, found out that it was, nobody knew about it actually in New York, but it was something that had come out. And I showed even more interest in him at that point, not because of the box, but now what does the black box mean? It means a person is ill. At first, actually, I thought he had died, and I was shocked. I was in the lobby of the Beverly Hills Hotel. And
what did the black box say?
It said that he was a victim of cancer.
And would be giving up broadcasting.
And
folks, just want to take a minute. We have special guest of the show, Mr. Flak Magnet. How are you, sir?
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. I'm just catching up on the last like 10, 15 minutes of what you've been playing.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I know Tracy Twyman is a subject near and dear to your heart. And I think you'll like what I put together earlier. Basically, it was just a combination of her last, well, arguably her last podcast, Dead Man Switch, whatever. People argue back and forth about it. And then followed by her assessment of the royal wedding back in 2009, which I found very, very interesting. So much symbolism and all of that, which is like right up her alley, you know. And then she really gets into these like targeted attacks, you know, like I think at the time where she was really getting it was when people were really weaponizing AI. And I think they were really fucking with her, man.
Yeah, I'm in pretty stark agreement with that. Like, she's got such a damn good way of pointing out her argument for the case, right? And she goes through many instances, and then she brings up many examples of these rogue AIs before we really even understood what AI was back then.
Yeah.
Right, like, because she's discussing from about like 2015 onward, But what she is saying is like they were probably going on around like 2011, 2012, trying to deal with the whole. Well, we know that Epstein was working on stuff like that with the Minds. I think what was it, Mind? The Mind conference that he did with Al Seckel. I can't remember the exact name of it, but that went on around then, and that was like one of Al's specialties.
It's called Mindhead, I think.
Yeah, it was weird. I know that there was also more than one of them, but the 2011 one I think was strictly AI based. But I mean, you have these megalomaniacs, Epstein included, who are involved in setting up some of these things, and then you have instances where you have MIT coming up with a rogue AI that is meant to be bad. You know, they wanted to create as many good ones as they created. They felt they needed to create something on the opposite end just to see what it would do. And it went just as rogue as they thought it would.
Yeah, the Norman psychopath AI that MIT.
There was another one, Tyler too, where I'm not sure where Tyler went. Like, what happened with that specific one, but Tracy talks about that one as well.
Yes, and like the relation to Fight Club and how the whole concept was to just go ruin things, so everything has to reset, I guess.
Yeah, that's also the Luciferian angle, you know, within certain doctrine too, within the weird left-hand path esotericism, right? So like that's been around for a very long time, that idea. You know, that's
just burn it all down.
Yeah, well, it's also within some like super religious, like extremist sects, where they feel like, okay, if there's supposed to be a second coming of Christ, we need to create the elements and the need for him to come back for the second time. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like what the CIA does with their chaos operations, like create enough chaos for there to be necessity for the plan they want to go through, which I think is kind of crazy. There is some slight overlap in that one.
There is, because I mean, that's, I think, how you can tell what's going on with the UAP thing, that there's some fuckery going on. It's the same thing. It's like all this chaos being produced, all these countering narratives being produced, and it just it kind of overwhelms you in a way.
Yeah, I don't know what it's supposed to do other than that, right? Like, if what we're looking at now is just a small version of what's to come with how like social media and stories are even reported and the way things travel, I don't know if we'll ever be able to properly handle anything with the time and the I don't know the proper way of doing this shit. You know what I mean? Like if Epstein needed to be handled by itself alone, by its own investigators, by its own this, by its own that, just because of the gravity of the situation. And we didn't see that. We saw entire agencies do the opposite. You know, try and hide it, try and keep as much of it secret, give out as many secret deals as possible in order to keep the public from seeing it. And then when it finally did come out, we got 15 other things. Now we've got a full-blown fucking war on our hands. Because remember, we were supposed to get the Epstein files and no war. That was what Trump ran on, and we got the opposite. We got a war and no files. And then
we got half the files.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he kind of had his hand forced by all of fucking Congress, so I'm not willing to give him a pass on that.
Yeah, so I mean, what I'm really noticing is like the targeting stuff that she's talking about. And it's really concerning because it's so in line with what we hear happens to these other folks who quote unquote commit suicide, right? Is they complain about being targeted for weeks, sometimes months, sometimes years. They say they're not suicidal in person. They say it in interviews. They post it on their social media. And then they commit suicide. And we're like, yep, they committed suicide.
Well, Tracy was a couple of months, right? And she stated it. But I mean, Virginia Giuffre, I think, was what, 2 weeks was the time limit on her I'm not suicidal, and then finding her body.
Right.
So I think severity of the case sometimes can dictate how that rolls out.
Well, and the shame of it is that I talk to people now who are going through this actively. And I was saying earlier, there are things you can do. A Faraday cage sounds super complex, but really it's not. It's just a little shelter area you have. You could put some certain kind of padding around it or even cardboard around it. It doesn't really matter. Just something that can protect you if you think this is happening to you. Um, as far as your network, your home network goes, I mean, it's tough, but try to maintain security of your network. Try to make sure everything is double, triple password protected. Use multi-factor authentication. So it's not just your password. You have to get right. It's your password and a code you receive on a trusted device. So these things are there to help protect your data. But, if we're to heed the warnings of Elizabeth Holmes, anything you put on the internet is going to come out soon anyway.
I mean, I feel like we've been hearing about the NSA doing all this shit anyway, right? Under the auspices of like the Patriot Act and what happened with 9/11. So I just kind of assume everything is already watching, So coming to this field with that amount of paranoia from 9/11, like I knew what the Smith-Mundt Act was when it was enacted by Obama. Like I understand these terms, so I try to carry myself in that way. But I don't think a lot of people realize just how serious some of these things are that are being brought out within the conspiracy things. Because, sure, if a conspiracy theorist is saying the government is watching everything you do, and then you find out that, oh, wow, some aspects of the government really are watching every single thing you do. You tend to give things a little bit more credence, and you act appropriately in, I guess, your own safety, your own anonymity and your own things that you're willing to put out there, just so you don't get an undue amount of harassment. I think that, if you're into the conspiracy minded thing, if you're into, hell, even just UFOs, we've had stories of Men in Black and government harassment within that community forever. And I mean, going back to the 60s, ever since Roswell. So I think we should all just understand, if we're talking about secret apparatus, we're talking about all the things that have happened in the past to other people that we put respect into the story they bring forth. We should at least respect them enough to make sure we are safe, for our own well-being on the selfish side of things. So I always agree with, I don't know, erring on the side of caution. I only found out about Tracy, I've heard about her work and stuff before she passed, but I only really got into it after she had already died. And it's so much of the subject matter that she talks about and gets into, she takes not with a grain of salt, but with a hedance of, I should keep myself protected in certain ways, but she didn't go above and beyond. And I don't think she picked up on it until she was at least feeling the anxiety brought on by the tactics that were being used.
Yeah, well, we were talking about it earlier, and I'm glad you're here now so you can straighten me out. But basically, so she went in, one of her earlier investigations, she went in seeking out a certain entity, but then another entity, Ball, I think, presented itself to her and asked her to work with it. Is that how that happened?
Sort of. It was given. She was giving her tasks. She was sort of doing certain tasks, but anyone else who's a creative, you kind of get into these ebbs and flows of work that's being put out, right? And the thing that you mentioned with the things that she was channeling, I'm starting to find out a lot of people are channeling that same thing. And for her to come at it not from a religious point of view, and more so from looking into the esoteric, as opposed to because she did have her own coven type work that she was doing, but that kind of blew up in her face a bit before any of this came to fruition fully. So
when you say other people are channeling the same thing? Can you give any examples of that?
We can look right at the UFO community for some of the sigil work and things that are done at some of these contact events, right? Like in no uncertain terms, it does overlap with a lot of the Bledsoe stuff. You know, I mean, some of my friends within the community play with that shit, and I don't. You know, but I will ask them a couple of questions after after they're done doing whatever shenanigans they're up to. You know. Oh, 1 second. Hold on. My dog is barking at me.
Well, I find that interesting because I have heard about, while Flak deals with his dog, I have heard about sigils being used to communicate or get these UAP to come in. Like I know Dr. Greer's CE5 and really his CE5 program kind of built on oh God, please don't hate me because there's a college university who actually owns the program. But at any rate, it's very similar where they concentrate, they meditate on bringing in this energy. I don't know what kind of things they do, if they're like drinking elk blood out of a skull or what, but they're doing something, some type of participatory sigil to try and invite these things in, and then they use laser pointers to kind of point them out, which the FAA obviously are not fans of. But that's the breadth of my knowledge when it comes to the sigil stuff. I know I've heard rumors about other people doing maybe darker sigils to try to bring forward craft, but I've never actually seen evidence of it or talked to anybody that's been there kind of firsthand.
It's always murky. It's always murky because we did kind of see blow up at one of the last ones, not this very recent one of the last ones where a couple of people were affected in a negative way with hanger-ons and shit that happened behind the scenes that kind of like drove a big giant wedge between a bunch of members of the community. So we're like, that's where I give it a bit of volition, you know, like that chaos energy, the same thing that the CIA tries to bring forth with some of their operations, we're seeing in real time done by ethereal effects, right? So I don't know how much fruition to put into that shit, enough to where that I don't play with things I don't understand myself, but I'm gonna people, especially people who can articulate in a way that is like understandable and it's not immediate like shunning me because I'm not there, you know, like so I take what they have to say seriously, but there's too much overlapping things, right? Like sometimes the sigil works, sometimes not. Sometimes it's chanting in a circle. Sometimes like different groups have different ways they go about it, but they seem to bring forth a very similar energy with similar consequences.
Well, you know, I'm going to share this with y'all. I hope it doesn't freak you out. But when I was a teenager, I was part of a sigil, but I didn't know it. I mean, I kind of did, but I didn't really. And it wasn't anything dark. It was like we were standing on the ocean, like standing right on the edge of the ocean in the middle of the night, looking up at a full moon. And this guy brought his girlfriend up from New Orleans, who just happened to be a witch, who also does the thing where they like hang themselves by their flesh. You heard about this?
Oh, yeah, I have a lot of friends in the body modification
Yes.
community. Brian Decker being one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, she was big into that. Had holes all over her body. So anyways, we're standing there, and I don't know if you've ever done this at the beach, but like you kind of stand where the water's coming in and your feet kind of sink into the sand, and before you know it, the sand's like up to your ankles, up to your knees kind of a thing. You ever done that before? Yes, no? Maybe so. Anyway, that's what we were doing. we're talking, we're kind of shaking our legs, and we're getting deeper and deeper into the sand. And the girl who was like a witch, like comes over and makes a circle with a couple other people, and she's like, "Watch this," and she starts saying something, and I'm nobody was pulling me up, nobody was doing anything. I literally just started coming up out of the sand, and so did my friend, and we were just like standing there on top of the sand like we were weightless. Weirdest thing ever. Weirdest thing ever.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one, but so I tried a little bit of dumb shit. I played with a Ouija board. I think the Craft came out in like 1994, mid 90s. So I was like real young. By the time I saw it, it had already come out on VHS or whatever. So the light as a feather, stiff as a board thing, and a lot of weird shit happens. You know what I mean? If you can get a group to concentrate on the same thing, some weird shit can happen. Nothing nefarious, nothing too nefarious, but at the age I was, and I was also at this point I was pretty religious. You know what I mean? Like me and the family were going to church every weekend and stuff like that. So it was enough to scare the living shit out of me to go like, okay, this is cool. It works. I don't need to know anymore about this specific thing.
Yeah, that's. I was telling you'll have to rewind and watch this earlier because I was telling my Ouija board story, and it was very similar where I had this very intense experience, and I was like, okay, that's all I needed to know. Thanks. Not messing with that again.
Yep. Mine was at like 4th grade, or maybe it was 5th grade. But like at the very end of the year, for 2 days out of the year, they emptied out the entire like all the movable stuff. So they took picnic tables and all that stuff out of the like the recess areas, like where you'd go outside for your portion of lunch and then you go inside the other half. They removed all that stuff and they put like fair rides and tickets and little things. It was a little tiny carnival for the graduating kids that were leaving. They got like a nice little thing for them, which would have been fucking cool all the way up through high school graduation. You know what I mean? If they would have done that in my high school, and it would have been pretty damn cool. Different vibes, but still cool nonetheless. But a friend of mine brought in a Ouija board, and we were young and dumb, and me even dumber and more naive to where
well, that's what's weird is they market that thing to kids.
Oh yeah, and that's always been the thing, right? Like it has always been marketed as a fun kitsch party trick type thing, but it weirdly works in odd ways. But the group that I was with, they were little shits, along with myself. But I didn't realize that they were moving it intentionally, right? So the being that they called upon, the devil, fucking dumb little kids, the entity would not have called itself the devil, but they were like, we're going to kill you and all this dumb shit. And me as a little kid, I was like, oh no, I didn't sleep for like 3 days, told my parents about it. And they were like, you idiot, they were fucking with you, you know? And I was like, oh, you're right. So, but yeah, like I grew up with a different group of friends that remained friends for a very long time. Like pranks were on a different level with these kids. So, I mean, it was great enough that it scared me to where I'm like, okay, I don't need to fuck around with these forces, you know?
It is interesting. I mean, it's like you find out at a very young age that there is something else that we don't quite get, and not to fuck with it, you know? And that we do find that out. Like we can see that when we're children and we kind of lose sight of that as we're adults. Maybe we've just gotten so good at blocking it out. And that's why there's all these stories about people seeing the same thing on DMT. It lowers that reality bar, and lets you see more of what's really out there possibly. So yeah, man, it's very interesting conversation to have when you start talking about what we're really dealing with.
Oh yeah, and then the cognitive dissonance that occurs later on in life, you know, where you ignore it because you don't want to know these things when you're trying to fucking work a job and just do your own shit, you know.
Yeah, I got a family to take care of. I got taxes to pay. I got a car I got to keep full of gas. I mean, you know, we all have our shit we got to deal with, and that, like I was saying earlier, it's almost like they do that on purpose.
Well, I also like to think of like, all right, how many ghosts do you think that gang members, like, and I mean like no shit, because this is about the time I had this thought, was like 1990s, right? Like the whole gangster rap community, like they from the raps alone, we're not going to go with any of the actual criminal charges if they really murdered anybody or not, but they talk about murdering people all the time, right? So that's a community that I don't think is very worried about ghosts coming back to fucking haunt them. You know what I mean? Because that would be, in my opinion, that'd be one way to get a ghost, dude. Yeah, Candyman was fucking awesome. I think that was like the only ghost movie that I was like, holy shit, the hood does worry about the extraterrestrial and maybe the non-corporeal ghost type activity.
Oh, there was another one too. It was like Tales from the Crypt Hood edition or some shit like that, or Tales from the Hood.
Oh hell yeah, that was another good one. All right, so I'm making shit up then. Clearly,
you racist bastard.
Clearly,
come on,
does give a shit about ghosts. But as a kid, I was like, man, they got better shit to worry about than these dumb fucking ghosts. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's true too. Yeah, absolutely. We're worried about, Big Toe and having to wear a uniform or not to school, and they're like, I just don't want to get shot.
Yeah. Ops, bro, I listen to drill rap now. I know they got ops still in that community.
Well, that makes us old for saying that. Now you're old if you say ops.
So. Oh damn! Yeah, I'm old anyway.
They switched it. They switch it up on us, bro. That's how they find out who's old and who's not. They're like, oh, they don't know the lingo. You're old. You're out. Oh, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah, you should see my YouTube. Will give you like your after you have enough videos, like your target. Like who watches your videos is definitely Generation Xers and millennials that watch my shit.
Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome.
Not very many young people watch my shit. Cause they want everything in 10-second bits. And I'm just not that guy.
I love that it's a long format thing. In case you haven't been able to tell there, Gabriel, I enjoy talking a lot. It's one of my fortes.
As do I. I mean, we're closing in on 4 hours here. So I put a question, a live poll, and I hope I get y'all's participation here. So with what we saw today, Tracy talking about being attacked, being targeted, talking about MK Ultra, the occult symbolism, intelligence agency involvement, and secret societies. Which topic of those really interests you the most? Because what I'd like to do is provide y'all with stuff you want to see. So if you tell me, hey, I really want to know more about MK Ultra, or, hey, I really want to know more about why she cared about secret societies, then me and Flak are going to go all in on it. We're going to find out what Tracy really thought about this stuff. We're going to find sound bites. We're going to find articles. We're going to find blog postings. So let us know in the chat, not the live chat, and the actual real chat down below. Let us know what you're interested in, and we'll find it for y'all. I promise. We'll dig deeper. That's what this show's about.
Chances are we're weird enough that we've already looked into it a cursory amount, so we could probably answer some of those things right off the bat.
Very true.
But we'll still, I love to look into wacky things, especially ones that are harder to get to the bottom of.
Very true.
So
hell
hey, yeah.
I know you have looked into this. Because this came up earlier and I couldn't speak very knowledgeably on it. What do you know about Cicada? Like, what are some things that have come out that we now actually know about Cicada?
So, in my opinion, because those are flying around all over the place with the whole Cicada thing, my opinion is that Cicada was a pseudo-governmental operation to try and get people who were fantastic at code breaking, but like the new version of code breaking, because technology has been moving at the speed of light, as far as like what the military is able to use for encryption and then their own code making software. So I think they were trying to find the next adept group of young, like-minded, autistic, and I say that with quotes, but very, very honestly, I think they were looking for a certain group of people that can handle the intense 15, 20-hour dives into just trying to break one code system or trying to solve an ARG in record time. because this kind of came across as a game, but it also very quickly affected some people, very much so not like a game, very much so like they probably solved it a little too quick and got their, I guess, some pretty serious eyes on their work and the things they did. Because I knew a few people who worked on solving that stuff, and it's really cool. Like I've kind of been caught on that with an earlier version of that, which was Kryptos over at the CIA headquarters, where the fourth bit of code still hasn't been broken yet. And this is was invented. I think the guy created it over a year, maybe 2 years. So it's like from 89 to 90. It was created, built out, and then installed on the CIA headquarters, I think right outside of Langley. And it was meant to see who the next level of the CIA operators were, who can break code at the next level. And it still has not been broken. And those are code breaker extraordinaire. These are the same type of people that during World War II would have been tasked with the Enigma box. If the CIA was around during World War II, that would have been their job. I think it belonged to OSS and the Secret Service at the time. But that's what I believe it was. I think it was a way to try and figure out who can be the next ones, right? Whether it's a catch and kill, because we saw a lot of that with the Epstein thing. Like, let's say they do find people who are very, very good at that stuff. Maybe those are the dangerous ones. Maybe they're the ones that can't be bought off. Maybe they're the ones that the work is the payment, which that seems to be with a lot of very high intellect, autistic individuals. They're not in it for the money. They're not in it for the clout. They're in it for that feeling inside of being able to crack an impossible thing. So I think that's what it was. I think there have been a few government-style ARGs since then that have taken place that were essentially trying to do the same thing. And I think some of those were put out very similar to how Q was. I think they were put out by a certain entity, and then maybe they got co-opted by an entity later, or maybe it was a catch and kill thing. Because I'm starting to think Q was a catch and kill for the whole Epstein investigation, because the overlying message wasn't peacefully protest in the street, because this was before BLM, the whole Q thing was around, so protesting didn't have such a bad name. I think it was to get people to back off and trust the plan, as they always would say. To come with actionable intelligence, but then trust the plan, do nothing, trust a plan, do nothing. You must do nothing, trust a plan, we've got it. Military tribunals. Like, not everybody that was into Q was in the military. So what's the point of bringing all this information up and then going, well, you can't do anything because this belongs in a military tribunal that you will never see any of the information from. Like, we saw kind of what happens in a tribunal with like X-Files and stuff like that. But it's true. It's closed door session. Your rights are basically left at the door, and you're at the disposal of the military-industrial complex. So I hope that wasn't too long-winded.
No, dude, I fucking love your long-winded answers. And it also gave me a chance. I almost forgot to bring up our sponsor today, Epstein Jerky. Rip into it.
Rip into it. It's tender like a thigh meat of a human being.
It is.
It probably is. But that's just a disclaimer in case anybody checks the nutritional facts on it.
Yeah. Yeah. They signed the check, and I said, okay, we're on board. Epstein Jerky, rip into it. Here we go. I'm getting a t-shirt and a hat next week.
I feel like we should have got paid for the last one. You know what I mean? And by that, I mean the last time we talked about the jerky thing, that was, I guess, for the cannibals in the crowd. That was an endorsement all on its own, even though we weren't paid at the time.
Here's the thing. I've been saving this for a Twyman episode because this is all about symbolism and ceremonies. And today I'm presenting you with the Gabriel Speaks co-host sachet. Yeah.
Oh, dude, all right.
You are now Sir Flak Magnet.
When I see you, Gabe, I hope you have a sword present because we're doing the whole knighting thing. I've got.
I never leave the house without a sword. What are you talking about?
Got a dancing interpretive ribbon that I will be sashaying around the room in excitement.
Yes.
Woo-hoo!
Yes. Oh, buddy, what a day, man! I tell you, you have to go back and listen to what some of this. I'm sure you're a good researcher. You probably heard a lot of this before. Her take on the royal wedding, I thought, was insanely interesting because she's like right about everything, and it was 16 years ago. Just like in 2019, she's talking about AI being used to target her, and she was 100% right.
I'll say this, dude. Like, as much of the crazy research that I do into things, like, I love the way you put shit together because mine's a little more frantic. Like, I find threads, I investigate those threads, and then sometimes the timeline disappears. Right, like where it's hard to stay online with the facts as they happen, but you're just able to pull extraneous information from all over the place. Right, so then I'm stuck with having to put it in my own timeline of recollection, and then like also logically like figure out where it would have happened. Like trying to back engineer her mentality.
That's also right? Because I have a tool you don't have. You need like a computer system. You're trying to do all this on your phone, and that makes it very, very challenging.
Yeah, that'll do it. But I don't know, man. I think you have a way of putting shit together, man. Like I love the show, regardless of my involvement on it. I've loved listening to this stuff, dude. Like, in the way you put things together, like so many times we'll be talking about something, and you'll ask me something, and I would have had an answer had we not watched any of the stuff that we had watched in the way we watched it, right? And then you ask me the question, and then I'm stuck there going like, okay, I have my old response, but it doesn't work anymore because you've now changed my mind. You've changed my opinion. So I then on the fly have to rethink and reevaluate my older opinions on things. I love that shit too, because that's the only way you can grow, number one. And it's the only way that you can pressure test your own ideas and opinions on shit. So hell yeah, dude.
For sure. So Gray Owl says, hey, at Flak, to decode and encrypted comments in the chat, the secret word is unicorns and or rainbows. Yeah, so if you go through the chat, Gray Owl learned the hard way that he had to replace certain words with unicorns and rainbows.
Jesus.
It's really free speech, buddy. Free speech. That's where we live. Okay, so I'm going to finish up this introduction video. Now, are you familiar with Candy Jones and John Neville?
No. This is not one that I know. I looked up Kyle, Kille. He was the one who had he was hearing. This is like one of the first times that he figured out, like an actual human being figured out that they were being fucked with by the CIA, with them implanting fucking thoughts in people's head by a transmission in a molar he had. Right, so he went to a doctor. This is where the tinfoil hat came from. And then the CIA flipped that and made him look fucking crazy for the tinfoil hat, but it works.
Of course they did.
Right? So I haven't heard this story, but I know a ton about like the tactics that they fucking pull. So this is, I think that's where I came in, was right at the end of Now you're muted.
Damn I got this important call right before I went live with this. You were saying something. What were you trying to say?
I'm saying mute up, mute it, and then you didn't mute it, but it was all right. I tried to create as much of a smoke screen, just so your shit wouldn't be aired out on the street. But that's all right. I sent you probably about 6 or 7 frantic texts as well.
Oh, good. I can always go back and edit it if I need to.
I don't think anything was important was said. I don't even know what the fuck the conversation was about, but I was like, uh-oh.
It was actually with my handler.
Oh, good. Okay, all right. How is he, by the way? How is damn, I can't think of a fucking funny name right now.
He's mad because I'm airing out all the laundry is what it is.
Oh, yeah, that happens.
Oh man. So anyways, John Neville, I wanted to introduce people to John Neville and Candy Jones because I do plan on doing more stuff on these folks. Candy Jones was a legitimate victim of MK Ultra and found that out by marrying John Neville. Like, they married and he met her other personality, Anna, who the CIA would access and have perform missions while Candy was like catatonic. She didn't know what was going on. She wouldn't remember what happened for days while this other personality took over. What they uncovered was they have kind of a self-destruct, if you will, where if the primary personality starts to discover the non-primary personality, like the special agent personality, the primary personality then commits suicide. And John and Candy both believe that because he was doing this hypnosis and this treatment with her, that they were able to overcome that and avoid her, eventually committing suicide. And then they had this talk show in Chicago that was pre-Coast to Coast, pre-Art Bell, and it was all about, UFOs, MK Ultra experiencers, all this crazy shit. And their lines would stay lit up all night long, every night. And they would go for like 4, 5, 6 hours.
Wonder who else does stuff like that. Looking at you, bud. Isn't it way easier getting, well, maybe not so easy, but I like the long format just because then you can run through your ideas like front to back. You don't have to parse it out and hope that people catch part 1 through part 4. You can at least get your full syllogism out into the world, right? Yeah.
A lot of people don't have the time anymore. I get it though. It's tough to make time. So, but anyway, I think I'm about to wrap this one up as we hit hour 4. Thank you for joining, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't see the DM a bit sooner. Like I would have popped in here at the beginning. I love anytime we get into this stuff. I love it because number one, it's the hardest shit in the world to prove. But it's also pretty fucking important if it's true.
Dude, and she mentions that like it's one of the hardest things to research because so much evidence is lacking, and you have to replace that evidence with testimony and assumptions, and that can be very dangerous.
Well, I wanted to bring this up a little bit earlier. Like I finally remembered it when you just started to play it, so I was trying to get you to stop and so we could talk about it real quick. But even this channel, like I noticed when we touch on certain topics, and it's not even Tracy Twyman, we always get a great and positive reaction from people with the Tracy stuff. When we dive into other things, like when we were doing the Spielberg stuff, when we were talking about that, we got hit with a bunch of strikes. And then when we were talking about other things more, I guess, military oriented, we did have like a bunch of people that I had never seen before pop in and just give you a ton of shit out of nowhere for no reason. So I do think that like a lot of this shit is maybe it's people just trolling, but I don't know, man. When it seems to be a bit more coordinated and they've got an agenda behind it, it's a little more, I guess, disheartening, but like more proof that we're going in the right direction.
That's kind of my feeling on it. Like if people are getting pissed, then we're probably stepping on the right toes. You know what I mean? And let them get pissed. Everybody's entitled to an opinion, right? In fact, I think I classified this episode under entertainment. So say whatever the fuck you want to say, buddy.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. All right, cool. Man. I usually cap things up with an allegedly when I get a little too deep in the weeds where I'm like, no one's going to fucking understand anything I'm saying right now. I'll pop an allegedly on there just so we don't get sued to fucking high hell.
Well, I posited earlier. Not this one. Let me get this out of the way. I posited earlier if we should now add Tracy Twyman to this list.
I've been saying that, dude. If because David Wilcock, I feel like I've put on there.
Yeah, if he's on there, she's got to be on there, right?
Yeah, especially since she's talking about all the stuff that like this is kind of what Amy was talking about in different light. Like she didn't really get into the free energy stuff as far as like Tracy's concerned. She just talked about a lot of like military apparatus and secret society things, but she got the same type of harassment. Right. Maybe not the DEWs that Amy claimed, but this is a bit before Amy got the shit that came to her, right? This is years before she was seeing a weirdly coordinated online thing in her own everything being captured on her phone and being force fed, kind of like what we see the algorithms already doing today. Without the nefarious thing, they claim it's just because that's what they want you to see, and that's what you should see because you like these things, or else, like I just see enough things that have played out over time after Tracy's death that I'm like, okay, I don't think she was lying because she was way too fucking soon before anyone else was even going down that road with things that we're seeing today. Things that we saw with J6, things that we saw with the vaccine program, just a bunch of different things that all had the same effect.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I'm sure we're probably missing other names from this list as well. Even Ning Lee, like what happened to her getting hit by a car as she's walking into her office, that's crazy, because it wasn't like she was hit with the car and just like like she broke her legs or her hip or something. It was like she was hit by a car and it caused dementia and Alzheimer's. That's strange. I mean,
the whole thing was nuts, and like I don't want to talk about it because I already got corrected on the timeline of this thing. But
did you?
Ning Lee, yeah. But it was because man, the government apparatus between secrecy and how things work, especially when you had someone from China come here, work on things that aren't well known, and then went back in a mysterious way, got hit by a car, and then also passed away in a mysterious way.
Yeah. Well, that's what they were saying happened. They were like, oh, she just disappeared, right? But that was kind of bullshit.
Yeah, and it was around the time that senators and things were getting caught with what we would class as a CCP spy type of thing, right?
Right. Very interesting. Very interesting. So yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to revise this list. I think we're gonna have to add Tracy to it. Probably remove Ning Lee from it. Probably remove David Wilcock. Although, the thing about Wilcock is what he did is almost exactly what Tracy's describing in some of these interviews.
I mean, I just want this to be known. I don't want to pull David off without giving it its proper investigation and make sure he belongs there. It's just if we're going to follow those rules, then maybe other names should be added who've seen more bullshit than he did before he did. Especially when they met the same end. Tracy supposedly took her own life. Same thing with David Wilcock. So like I'm not willing to take him off immediately, but I think if we're going to add him, there's a couple others that should be popped right on that list as well.
Fuck, man, when all's said and done, it's just going to be like that Star Wars scroll, just name after name after name.
Especially if we don't adhere to a 2020 timeline. Like if we go maybe 2010, because then we can pop Seth Rich on there.
Right.
There's a few others that we can add to the thing, like because I didn't realize how wild the Seth Rich thing actually was. Like I did a stream with Panda where, because I knew the connections with WikiLeaks and that stuff, and that's kind of like where I.
And that was with the Clintons, right?
Yep.
Right. Okay.
But that's a whole different topic for a whole nother episode. It gets so deep with just Seth Rich alone. But I mean, like I learned things that day that I didn't know, and it kind of concreted my my opinion on what I think happened with that dude.
Yeah, that whole story. Woo, that's a wild one. That's a wild one to expect us to believe what they're telling us happened is that's a lot. That's a lot to believe somebody killed themselves that way, or somebody was murdered in DC and none of their shit was stolen. That's another weird one.
Especially since like it's drugs, right? Like, and if we know anything about if you're that far into the drug rabbit hole, and your goal is money, I don't think you forget the immediate goal for that murder. Just go, oh shit, and run
pockets. Away. Yeah, you're doing all that shit. You're a terrible person. Oh man. So yeah, so we're gonna have to make some adjustments to this list, and we're definitely gonna do another show about that. Y'all make sure to look out for that. Mr. Flak Magnet, thank you so much for joining, sir.
Thank you for having me, bro. Like, I love popping on the stream, dude. It's one of my favorite things to listen to, let alone like actually participate in. So,
Dude, it's
thank you,
always a
buddy.
blast.
Fuck
Always a
yeah,
blast when
it was
you're
a
here.
blast. Even though the subject matter is always absolutely frightening, but
Dude,
still,
it's such a downer. I had to do a smoke break in the middle of this one, like
I
a
feel
mandatory.
like we're hardening ourselves, though. We're
Yeah.
preparing ourselves for the future. So,
Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, hey, thank you for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share, all that good stuff that helps us out. We appreciate you being here. Gray Owl, thanks for hanging, commenting all the way through, keeping the conversation lively. We love you, buddy. And to the rest of you that commented, we really enjoyed having you here.
yeah,
Stay safe. Tell the people you love how much you love them. Hold them close. And we'll see you next time.
yeah, woohoo!